Hello? Hello? I had to reopen the game because my controller was being weird. Also, I see people in chat talking about the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack. It's pretty good, yes. I actually, I've been kind of thinking about maybe doing, another stream of it where I go through normal and then hard difficulty just to see how much better I can get at it, because also that game is fun as hell, but we'll figure that out at some point later. Oh, we have some Bravely Default to do today, and let me go ahead and load the game. I did do some grinding off stream again, but I'll get to that in a minute. I will say that for today and for the next couple streams, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of out of it right now. I'm dealing with a lot of IRL stuff that has been mentally draining. I won't really get into it, but so the next few streams probably gonna be out of it a little bit, and also kind of few and far between. I'm actually leaving this weekend to go visit family for a bit, but again, I won't get into too much of that yet. But for today, and at least for probably tomorrow, we're going to try to do more Bravely Default. If we don't finish this today, because I actually don't know how far we are into the game. But the grinding I did Phantom for Seth, and I did Phantom for Adele. And that means that Adele no longer punch. For now, until I decide to change my mind again later. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of story left. I feel like there's going to be like a big debate thing. Because we're in chapter 4, we gotta go save the other city still, and like, there's probably another like good chapter or two, I would assume. But but yeah, Adele is now dual swords. She does pretty good damage, not compared to Seth though. She does 416 and Seth does 776, which is nuts. And he has dual wield. He has thrust and parry, so now he has 50% damage reduction, so he can still technically tank. He's got two of the best axes that we have. I think, yeah, we did Spirit Master for Gloria because I got the level 12 ability, and it's kind of nuts. So all of the like spirits that you can summon for Spirit Master, like there's one for HP, there's one for MP, cleansing, and removing status effects. I'm assuming negative ones, not like all your buffs and stuff. That'd be really shitty, but the level 12 specialty means that you get all of those. They're just on all the time, as long as you have 1 BP or less. Which is stupid. The healing is pretty good. The MP gain's nice. I haven't really tested this in like a more difficult scenario, but we're gonna try it and see how it works. If it doesn't work out super well, we just go back to White Mage, which isn't really a difficult thing to do. And I think, I'm trying to think of what else I changed. I don't think I changed anything else other than that. And yeah, I did see the level, or the second Phantom thing, which is guaranteed, literally guaranteed percent chance abilities, but it costs MP, which is kind of nuts. Which made me realize that with Adele, that means that multitask is guaranteed. Whoops. As I remove it immediately, because I hit the wrong button. That makes this guaranteed. So every single time she does an attack, she does this guaranteed. It costs a lot of MP, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. It's like one really, really big burst hit, like immediately, because she can do, with attack spam, it would basically be like 3 hits in a row. Every time for, what, almost probably 5 attacks. No, but she still gets the buff because we have this. This guarantees that the substat specialties are on. So with the dual swords, we get both of the benefits of Phantom. I am still of mixed opinion of this because, again, I like the punch more, and also having swords is kind of a but it's something worth trying, at least, because I think it's fun. It still means that Adele can do a bunch of attack damage, because she would still sword stance. She would still solid stance, she would still have her doubled effort, and she still has raw power, and then multitask as well, which is just absurd. I think the only other thing I did for Gloria was sub-job specialty, which means that the songs last longer, which is nice. I don't think I changed anything else. This was like a couple days ago. I'm trying to think of what I did. I think that was basically it. I don't think I ever fixed my audio, though. I did not.
Bravely default 2.
Here we go. I think we're good. I'm pretty sure I still have a bunch of items. Yeah, I didn't really use a lot grinding. It didn't take me very long to do all this. Oh, I did finish level 12 Arcanist and their specialty. At level 12, attack spells are 20% more powerful and also reduce their target's MP. However, they will also occasionally target all allies and enemies. A little hard to set up for, but I thought it was funny. Yeah, it's a bit of a meme. I actually did, like, with their first specialty, All In, where, like, you hurt yourself if you do it in an AoE. I actually killed Elvis with this on accident when I was trying to do something. I was going through the cave away from the snake, and I needed, like, a little bit of, like, job points for somebody. I can't remember who. And I was like, okay, Elvis can just do an AoE spell. I had speed on by, like, 4 times, and he just died instantly. Like, he was just on the floor. There was no animation for it. It happened so fast. It's really, really funny. But I think we're pretty much good to go. Oh, also Oracle's ability. Sub-job stat adjustments and weapon aptitudes are applied to the user's main job. This is actually really cool. I have no idea how to use it properly. So, like, what this means is, if I wanted to have, let's say, as an example, like at the Black Mage staff S rank on Oracle, I could do that. Because if you had Oracle main job and then sub-job Black Mage, you could have, like, the S scaling on Oracle, which is really cool. And I couldn't quite figure out how to get this to work because it is a specialty. The only other way to get it to work would maybe be having some class that has, like, sub-job 2 specialty or something, but even then it'd be really weird to set up. And I don't know what I would use it for because I really like Elvis being a red mage because Chain Spell is too good. This is just absurdly good. But that's pretty much all of it. That's pretty much it. It affects everybody. Those spirits that Gloria has that are on, as long as you have a BP or less, they affect everyone. Every couple turns, so you'll get a regen. Every couple turns, you'll get some MP. Every couple turns, you'll get cleansed. It's pretty good. That's actually why I wanted to keep that for her, because it also means that she can now do, like, holy damage, you know, from Spirit Master. Which isn't too bad. Not super relevant, but it's something. I won't lie, I kind of miss White Mage, but we'll see if we need like the more reliable healing from this, because I have no control over how the healing works on this character, or on this job. I don't hate the idea, but it's worth a try. How's the grinding have been the past few days? It's been alright. I just did a bunch of stuff. Been explaining all the stuff I did off stream. Didn't take too long. But we have to go do some plot now. And I don't think there was anything else I needed to do. I know there's a couple side quests we have, but I don't... Can't do that, can't do that. What is this? We could probably do this really quick. Can also do that, but that's also where the plot is. Could do that. Could do that as well, even though that doesn't really matter. Do we want to do side stuff? I don't know if we can go fight the OP moth. Pretty sure it was a moth. It's like a big ass, like purple moth that just destroyed us. I really want to do plot, but at the same time, I know I need to clear out these side quests. We'll do a couple of them. At least the ones that are easy enough. These shouldn't take too long. Hopefully. Assuming we don't have another scenario where Jormungandr, or something like Jormungandr, where we just get destroyed immediately. Which would be very unfortunate. Apparently this quest is actually down below, question mark? I think it is. Yeah, that's the one side quest from before that like destroyed me. I don't know if we were there for that or not, but it was something. There's a side enemy in Rheimdall up near the graves, and it's like, go defeat Jormungandr. I was like, this probably will be fine, and then it wasn't fine. They literally went so fast that I didn't even get a turn. They were so high level and everything, like, it was just impossible. There's no way to do it. Not right now, at any rate. The other thing, too, is that they did... I think they used, like, one magic spell, and it hit Adele for, like, 6k. And even killed Seth for, like, 5k or, like, 6k as well. They do a lot. But that's for something later. Very, very clearly something we're not supposed to do yet. Oh, the one thing that I didn't actually get to do for this, I'm a little upset by this because I don't know what to get rid of, unless I want to get rid of something for, like, you know, Counter Savvy or Unshakable Will. I want to use this, where crit damage is 30% more. But god damn it. I don't know what to get rid of. I could get rid of raw power, but The spirits would deal with Unshakable Will, but the problem is that I have no control over it. Like, it works. Like, don't get me wrong, but the I have no, like, real control over it. Oh, I need to kill that moth, I think. Need to respawn. I think there's another one over here. It just depends on how risky I want to play. Like, I could get rid of, like... I could actually maybe get rid of raw power and it would be maybe okay. It depends on how hard the scaling is for the crits, comparatively. It's kind of a mix.
I'm amazing.
We did it, wow. What a difficult quest. Because the thing with the Spirit Master spirits is, like, they're set on specific turns, and I don't think there's a way to speed it up. I think the healing one's, like, every 2, the mana one's every 2, the cleansing one's, like, every 3, or something like that. It needed to be nighttime. So we're going to sit here, and we're going to play the waiting game. I don't know any other way to get the time to change. I actually think what's kind of funny about one of the combos we have is I think the ninja or the phantom skill, where if you exploit their weakness, I think you have a 50% chance flat gain crit. That with Oracle's thing, where we can pick an element for like a Dell to do extra damage with and exploit their weakness, is just nuts. Like, it's so crazy. Brave suit. Antipathy. Yeah, the crit amp. That's pretty good. We did it. We got a shield we didn't need. Alright. I kind of want to know what that armor is. We're just going to go beat up a bunch of ants. I think what's really dumb too is that like Seth is so broken that like he doesn't even need setup to do like a crap ton of damage. On top of the fact that he always takes 50% less. Which I haven't actually gotten to test yet to see how good that is at like on par enemies. But we'll see. Ant. No, get back here. No, no, no. This is the problem with everything running away from me.
All right then.
Do I have AoE? I don't think I do anymore. I actually don't have AoE anymore.
Okay, I'm all set.
However, you have this.
Don't take it personally. Here I go. Ha! Who stays focused, everyone?
I mean, they should just kill all of them, but it's like kind of redundant. I don't really want to waste it either, so we'll just do this.
Scatter my enemies upon the breeze! I'll drink to that.
What's the plan?
You know what? I've never actually tried this. I want to see what it looks like.
Let's see how you deal with this.
Went a little fast. I should have probably slowed down the speed before I did that, but whatever.
All right. Who's next? Sorry. Don't take it personally.
We are not finished yet.
I mean, they should just kill them outright.
Forces
Yeah.
consume you. I'll drink to that.
That's like the one problem with like guaranteed multitask is I just burn through all my fucking MP.
I'm up, huh?
It's so fucking good though.
Nice!
Maelstrom of
That was a
magic
piece of cake.
assail you!
How does it feel to be a nuke now? It feels pretty good. That's also assuming that we, like, you know, don't get immediately curb stomped by the next boss, because that assassin lady was actually kind of hard. She hit like a train. She hit really hard. Which, the next guy, the one in Halcyonia, I'm still not sure what he is. I'm convinced it's either Templar or like Paladin or something, given the armor, but I don't know. I have no idea what he can even do. We haven't even seen what weapon he has. Actually, did I? Hold on. I did not do that. He's still got 97 speed. That's pretty fast. Obviously, Culinarian. Yes, the perfect Culinarian gear. Full plate mail. Because then frickin' Seth. I'm not gonna do Neo Cross Slash because it's so redundant, but like, even if he just hits stuff, 2,000, 4,000 crit, not even trying, like, Jesus Christ. He does so much damage. It's ridiculous. It's like not even fair. And that isn't even like exploiting the weakness either. It's like almost to the point where we like don't even need bard songs anymore. But I'm mostly keeping them for like Adele right now. Brave suit. What? +1 BP at the start of battle. Okay. Wow, that's really good. A unique outfit that literally emits an air of courage. The thing is sick. Also, Adele's magic attack is like way higher than it needs to be. Also, I could give her the other swords because they technically do more damage, but kind of liked having the extra defense. Like, not that much of a difference. It's like, what? 20? Maybe. Eh. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Who do we give it to, though? Do we just stack Seth even more even though he doesn't fucking need it? Like, literally doesn't need it? No, I don't need to sell the swords. It's fine. I gotta keep my collection of defender swords so we know how many snakes I fucking killed. Who would benefit the most from having an extra BP at the start? Also, she loses MP, which is really not good. I just noticed that. Because she needs that to be able to do more multitask. I guess we just give it to Seth. I like don't want to lose MP on anybody really. Seth only really needs MP for Neo Cross Slash, which he's only ever really gonna need to do like what, 4 of them at the most. Sure, why not? Neo Cross Slash 54? I can't remember. That was more than that. It is 54. But even then, like, he has Defender of the People, which is literally free. And doesn't really matter too much. We're also getting MP back from Gloria's passive as well. I think that's fine. Yeah, 216 total. So if we wanted to do 8 of them, it'd be what, 432? And he has plenty. If we need to do 8 Neo Cross Slashes, we got a problem. That means that the thing has way more health than it needs. And that just made him even more tanky and also do technically more damage still. I think there's a thing in Wiswald we need to do. Oh, I probably will. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of crazy super boss stuff already, but we'll also be much higher level by the time we get to whatever wall we probably hit. I'm not too worried about. What do we need to kill? Lairids. I have no idea what that is. This big tree.
Time to play my trump
It
cards.
is. Stick.
I'm up, huh? Yeah, I got another one.
No easing off, guys.
What's the plan? All right. Who's this? I got another one.
Kill 3 of those things. I don't remember if this is the only spot that they spawn in. Might actually be. No, there's this special mushroom dude right here. Yeah, I see him. I mean, that tree that we fought that had like over 200,000 health, we were definitely not supposed to fight it, but we did it anyway. And I got literally nothing out of it. Other than a sense of accomplishment, I guess. Question mark.
Did you see that? I'm amazing.
Ah, yes, the ultimate reward, a potion. So we fought the orc captain dude. We fought the ghost horse thing. I'm trying to think of any other one. There was one in Rheimdall we didn't fight, I don't think. It was like one of the like demon-looking dudes. We could probably go try that, to be honest. But I can't think of another one that we might have missed. Yeah, the one on the ice. I'm gonna go as far away as I can to get him to spawn. I don't think there were 2 in Rheimdall, at least that I remember seeing. It probably is. Please, tree, respawn! Here you are.
Time to play my trump cards.
I don't even know what level we would need to be able to kill fucking Jormungandr.
Did you see that?
Because good lord, that thing was quick. Hello?
Oh, yeah. Look at this great pile of leaves we've gathered.
Oh right, this was for the tea.
Nobody's gonna be running short of your favorite tea now, huh?
Aye, and I couldn't have done it without you.
I thought that the like game glitched out for a second because the music started playing again.
Prepare yourself for a cuppa that will change your life. Ah, let's go and offload the surplus first, eh? Business before pleasure.
Oh, I remember what we did last time now that we were doing a bunch of side stuff in Wiswald because like a bajillion side quests kept popping up. I still don't know how that happened. Was that when we were fighting the assassin lady? And the music glitched the hell out for like no reason. I still don't know what happened. I didn't skip anything. I didn't rush through and like break the thing. It was just playing 2 songs at once, which was super weird. It's very strange.
Here you go, as promised.
Crikey, I didn't expect you to bring me this much.
Never underestimate the power of a good cup of tea to light a fire under a fellow.
All right, let's get you paid up, shall we? A pleasure doing business with you.
And speaking of pleasure, I reckon it's time we got a cup of this nectar down.
I mean, my superpower is basically being able to break any game that I play without even trying. I don't know what it is, man. I'm good at breaking video games.
Bathful and still come back for more. And yourself? Bet you've never tasted anything like it, eh?
It's okay.
Good. Has a certain something. I can see how you get to like it so much.
Ah, and get to like it I did. Lady Emma and I used to have a cup every afternoon. There was something about it. No matter how many times she'd told me off during the day, she'd always be nice to me at tea time. Aye, she taught me a lot. Made me the man I am today.
Tea and whiskey.
But the first lesson I ever learned from her...
Now, is it more whiskey or is it more tea? Like, what's the ratio?
What you're tasting there, that's Lady Emma in a cup. I started brewing it at home and pretty soon the whole family was hooked. That's how come we started ordering it in specially. But
It depends on the time of day.
There's a lot to it, and I was no more patient back then than I am now. She stuck with me, though. Drilled it into me until I got it right at last. Best teacher a man could hope to have. I sometimes think I should have done more to thank her.
The tea-infused
Not much
whiskey.
I can do about it now, though.
Hey, Elvis. Do you ever wish you could go back? Maybe if you could do it all again, you'd listen more. Try harder.
Ach, nah. I'd be just as bad as I was the first time round, I'm sure. Some things run too deep. And besides, that angry face of hers was an absolute peach. I'd never have got to see it if I'd been a goody two-shoes. Ah, anyway, that's enough nostalgia for one day. Sorry to bore you.
Oh, it wasn't boring at all. I'd like to hear more sometime. Maybe over a cup of this delicious tea.
Aye, I'd like that.
Character building. Woo! MP. Who do we give that to? I'm almost tempted to give it to Adele. Because Elvis needs MP, but also, like, he gets free dual casting anyway, so kind of whatever. How much does it give? 7? Oh, that's like nothing. We'll give a little bit to Gloria as well. There's probably some sort of scaling on it, depending on the job. Are we good? Yep. That bun kind of inappropriate looking, or is it just you? I have no idea. I don't even remember what the sprite for it looks like now. I like just did it and I don't even remember what it looks like. I just think of like a cinnamon bun when I look at it. From what I remember. Also, I just realized that almost all of our party is almost level 50. Good lord. Oh, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Let's go up to Rheimdall. No, I was the one that said that the herbs look thick. That was me. Yeah, it's this. This little thing. It literally looks like a mandragora or something, like turned over on, like laying on its stomach. Got its little arm sticking out and it's double cheeked up. I can't unsee it. Alright, let's go try to beat up the boyo chilling on the ice over here. I ain't weight shaming him. The boy's caked up. You got them cheeks. Alright. You are in, like, the 4th area. I imagine he's probably pretty hard. We'll see.
Our quest cannot end here. I'm up, huh?
Oh, wow, he looks really cool. Astaroth? Alright. Let's see. We'll do this. We will do Defender of the People. I'm actually going to do that, and I'm going to do Reprisal. We are going to see what you're weak to and how much health you have. 150k. It's not awful.
Witness my true power.
Not the worst.
I must endure.
Just nothing.
He kind of hurts.
How thoughtful of you. All right then.
That's 50% damage reduction. Just default again. Default again.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, there's all the spirits going off.
Prepare to meet your maker.
It's so ridiculous, dude. So good. You're weak to Holy and Lightning.
I hope my voice holds. Ah, much
Want
better.
to see what I can really do?
I'm up, huh?
He's got some good AoE damage, but he's not doing anything too crazy.
Time to play my trump cards. Time to take a step back.
Here goes.
Oh, it does remove it. That's so shitty. Oh, no. Oh, I hate that. That sucks. It actually does remove it. That's so shitty.
How thoughtful of you.
Want to see what I can really
It
do?
actually removes your buffs. That sucks.
Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Now we're talking.
So you would have to like time it before the thing cleanses your buffs, but like I kind of hate that.
Go.
Need a wee hand there.
Bobo, thank you for the 25-month
Okay,
resub.
what's the plan?
Also, Yalda, thank you for the 43-month resub earlier. I just saw that. Oh god, how do I time this properly? I have no idea.
You are about to witness my true power.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like every 3 turns, but again, it's like it's kind of awkward to keep track of. And I don't know if it's her turns or everyone's turns, which is kind of weird.
I hope my voice holds. A song? Very well. I hope my voice
Because if it cleanses it right now, that would suck.
Here goes.
Hey, you okay?
It does counter
Here I
singing.
go. I'm all set.
We're pretty much buffed. This is as good as it's gonna get.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
It's pretty good damage.
That was a good one. I enjoyed that. Woohoo! Check this out.
Pretty good damage.
I enjoyed that. Check this out.
God, that multitask guaranteed is so disgusting.
Ah, much better.
It's gonna cleanse all of them now. Yep. Oh well, no, that was only the MP one.
Sorry to be a
That's the
pain.
heal.
Play my trump cards.
Still have our buffs. How much health does he have? Did a good chunk. I could use this, but we're gonna lose our buffs, which is unfortunate. I am going to impair the earth damage, and we're just gonna blast him.
How's about this?
This should do a
then?
lot.
Oh, chewing this.
Like, a lot, a lot.
Forces consume you. In like that,
Eh, 4K.
Primordial forces consume
It's about the same amount of damage Adele was doing.
Right in the soft bits. Primordial forces consume you. In like that, storm of magic assail you. Right in the soft bits.
And then it cleanses all the buffs, yeah. Ouch.
Hey, you okay?
Hmm.
Let's see now.
I think we're gonna put a Gloria back to White Mage. I kind of hate that it cleanses the buff.
Sorry to be a pain.
That's so shitty.
Guess nothing. Guess it's my turn.
I guess the idea would be that you would, well, no, because then when you buff, you would need to go above BP, not below. You to like get rid of the. Oh, that's so weird. Hmm. It's like almost not worth working around. Too much thought from my tiny brain.
This'll do it.
Let's go. Full speed ahead.
He's probably gonna absorb this, but whatever.
Oh, I've got a wee something up my sleeve. Blades coming your way.
Half damage or absorb? Yeah, half damage.
Boom! Perfection.
How thoughtful of you. The tide of battle is with us.
It does negate the spirits, but then like you would have to buff up to a certain point. Like you would want to stay above, like you would want to stay at 2 or 3 BP, but then you're, well, the problem is that if you want to do a bunch of turns in a row, it's much harder to do that, is my point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. A song? Very well. My voice song?
Is he defaulting? I think he is.
I'll sit this one out.
I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know? Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Let's go.
I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know? Need a wee hand there.
Now we're talking. Here I go. Wait for it. Yeah.
Ow, Jesus
Sorry to be a
Christ.
pain.
No, don't cleanse my buffs. Oh my god. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks that I hate it. Oh my god. That's so garbage, dude. Yeah, that's super annoying.
Thank you.
I guess my point is more so like, why try to work around the thing being weird when I can just not worry about it and instead just play White Mage instead, which is basically just as good. Oh my god, that sucks. Alright.
Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Now we're talking.
I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know?
I mean it.
Guess it's my turn. Here goes.
All right then.
Because I assumed it would be all the negative status effects, but having your actual buffs be removed sucks. That sucks so bad.
I enjoyed that. This should do it. Woohoo! Check this out.
Yeah, like that, it just removed it again.
Oh, aye.
Oh my god, that sucks.
Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
I won't let you down.
Need a wee hand there.
Thanks. I mean
I'm
it.
not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know? Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Now we're talking.
Sorry to be a pain. Thank
Oh.
you.
Okay.
Here I go. That was a good one.
Like, the HP and the regen ones are good. They're just nice to have, but the one that cleanses your fucking debuffs, it sucks.
Do it.
Feels so bad.
Enjoyed that. Oh, did I hit a this out? Found more ways to.
It was worth a test, at
Prepare to
least.
meet your maker.
Because it's funny, because this is going to apply re-raise and regenerate, but then the fucking spirit's going to remove it.
It is time to unleash my full potential. Hear my prayers.
Sorry to be a pain.
That ought to make a difference.
Watch the spirit just remove all this.
Okay, what's the plan?
I know it's going to happen. Also, the re-raise animation's kind of cool.
All right.
Alright, my boy. Big dabblage.
Prepare for impact. See how you like this. I've got a little something for you.
Good lord,
Prepare
Seth.
for impact.
Tank, by the way.
As long as we are together, victory is guaranteed.
Hellish Horn. That wasn't too bad. And the safety ring. Okay, well, we're just gonna go back to White Mage. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Like, you would literally have to set up to where you only buff like every turn. That's basically it. Like, you can't spend BP other than the one extra when you get the max. Which really sucks. That's rough. That is a rough one, Chief. I mean, they're used for the chemist stuff, I think, but even then, I just hold on to it because it doesn't matter. I don't need the money anyway. Oops. The other good thing about her being on White Mage is that she has this. The chance to take less damage. And then all of our healing spells being performed and everyone is just too good. Yeah. I mean, running if I didn't use bard songs or anything, or like the oracle buffs, like Spirit Master would be fine. Like it wouldn't be a problem. It's just like with the way my party is set up, it's just like kind of garbage. It's too much thinking for my small brain to do. When I could just keep White Mage and not have to think and basically do the same thing, you know? And not have all my buffs removed. Every time I hit the wrong button. We are back to White Mage because we learned things, and we learned terrible, awful things that I never want to experience again. Because the Spirit Master status removal thing affects your buffs, so you can literally remove all of your setup if you don't time it right, which is kind of pain. Have we ever been in here before? Where are we? Frosty Forest. This is a new cave. Oh, they're actually like dangerous. Yes, they are. They are higher level.
What's the plan?
Blue fungu.
Okay.
Just take a little peek.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of healthy.
Allow me. I must endure.
They are weak to wind and earth, though, which is pretty nice. How weak to earth are you, though? Like, quite a lot.
That'll do nicely. I'll take the hit.
All right then. Ha, yeah. Perfect. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I got another one. This should do it. Woohoo!
This is the part where I miss default breaking from Berserker.
Who's next?
Not that it really matters, but, you know.
Hardly worth the bother.
Also, another thing to be said about the monster part thing is I think some side quests do actually need some of that stuff, so that's like another reason to kind of hold on to it. No, definitely not my crippling hoarding problem. Definitely not that. Not at all.
Yeah.
Right, let's see. Primordial forces consume you.
They counter magic. That's why we have counter savvy. They literally can't do anything.
Upon the trees. No big deal.
They don't do that much damage.
A mere scratch.
Them stealing my MP, though, is kind of annoying.
Very well. Does that feel better?
Thank you. Ha, yeah. I'm all set. Nice. Sorry. Don't take it personally. I enjoyed that. This should do it. That was a good one. Yeah. I got another one. I enjoyed that. Yeah.
Hardly I am stronger. I can feel it.
I love burning through all of my MP instantly. By the end of this this game, Adele's gonna have a crippling addiction to ethers. I mean, she hasn't really needed them before, because most of the time we just end up attacking and just destroying everything with punches and shit. But now it's much worse. I think we have to go all the way around to get that one chest.
Now you've made me mad. Yeah!
Darkness and fire. Interesting stuff. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, boy's got a gajillion BP, so let's just start smacking the crap out of everything.
Better cover up. Ha! Hit him where it hurts. Whoa! Yeah! All right. Yeah!
Very well. We stand firm for now.
Primordial forces consume you! Scatter my enemies!
I feel like that should be doing more damage, but it's not.
Get serious.
I really didn't do a lot. Also, I want to see this animation again. I don't know if it's going to kill it or not, but we're going to try it. Oh,
Now you've made
I
me
think it
mad.
did 8K. I think.
Okay. Yeah, I got
That's pretty
another
cool.
one.
The problem is that you can only do it if,
This should do it.
or you get the free action if it actually kills something.
No big deal.
Which could be hilarious in an AoE situation, but... Stick.
Guess it's my turn. On to the next one.
I barely broke a sweat.
Hey, I'm just getting started here.
Man, the game really be like, you want that one chest? Go all the way around. Like, literally all the way around.
You rang?
Oh god, that one Aether Current and the locks. Oh my lord. There's this funny little Aether Current all the way up on this archway. It'd be really easy to get to, right? Nope, we gotta go all the way around. That'd be funny, right?
Time to take a step back.
It's nothing. Here I go.
I mean, yeah, we can avoid combat for the most part, which is nice.
Right on the money. Hey, sorry, pal. All
And
right.
even if we do get into combat, the enemies here give decent XP, which is nice.
All right. Who's I barely broke a sweat.
Golden egg. 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 Doubles money acquired. Okay. It weighs 10. That thing is heavy. I would love to wear that and get extra money, but I don't really want to or care. True. Also makes sense because gold is stupidly fucking heavy in real life. Like, actually. Also soft. That's why, if I'm not mistaken, that's why like the old timey like miners and stuff. They would check if it was gold or not, and they'd lose their teeth if they bit into like fool's gold. Because if it was fool's gold, it was hard as shit. If it was gold, then it would be a little bit more malleable. So that's the thing we need. The metallurgy talk in chat, hell yeah. And yes, it's pyrite and the fool's gold and all that.
You're in for a treat.
I don't remember where I learned all that, but it was interesting to learn that that's why like people used to bite into gold and like coins and like gold coins and stuff. Science.
I have to protect myself.
Eat sorcery. Hoo-ha! Away and fire your heat. Nailed it.
Ouch.
It's time to get serious. Ha!
Whoever said you could never learn something from a stream. Those dang.
All right.
Never mind. I was gonna do like a whole thing. Like, those dang video games, you never learned anything from them. They're stupid games. You can't learn anything from them.
Check this out.
I scream in agony.
Sorry, don't take it personally. Ha! This should do it.
To arms. I must endure.
I'm going all in! That was a good one. Whoa! Yeah! On to the next one. Yeah! Sorry, pal. Keep 'em coming.
We have done the thing. There's clearly more of the dungeon. There might be another hyper bracers. Yes, please. Isn't it, oh god, isn't there a thing about, like, not eating too many cherries or something because they have, like, a little bit of mercury in them or some shit? What am I thinking of? Is it cherries? It's like a real thing. The tuna? There's something. Can't remember what it is. Cherries or cyanide. Okay, yeah. MP. Like literally worse than we have. Yeah, it's like the whole thing about like not eating like a certain amount of X thing because it can actually be like really, really bad for you. It's more so the point. There's very clearly like a boss fight that's supposed to happen here for something, but I don't think we have that side quest. He thinks we will come back here later for something. However, I want to go find that chest that the game was taunting me with. Dude, if I walked up to that lake that we were just at and the Hydra from Dark Souls 1 showed up, like literally the same Hydra, I would lose my mind. We could maybe beat up the tree boss easier now. It's been a while, but... How in the hell do you get down to that chest? Ah. I don't really need the spear for anything. Not that I can think of at any rate.
I'll sit this one out.
Bring my enemies to the
He's ready for noise. I love noise.
Check this out. Yeah, I got another one. Too easy.
I think Oracle can technically use spears too, but like, meh, it's whatever. Not that big a deal. Oh, it's a magic hat. Ah, yes, 2 restorative power, my favorite. Literally worse than the thing I have. Now we can go ahead and get the heck out of here. Not gonna lie to you, Chief, I'm kind of missing... I kind of miss Adele punching the crap out of everything. I already miss it again. But at the same time, I don't know... Don't know what to use for it. It's mostly like... Because if I went back to Bare Knuckle Brawler... We... God, what would we do? What we do? Could stay with like sword stance and like multitask, but like we could do something like this, where she still gets crit, still run multitask, but yeah, the Phantom outfit's really cool. Let me see. Get rid of that. Take Bare Knuckle Brawler. We don't actually have to keep multitask if we don't do attacking, because we could just use the monk abilities instead, or the phantom abilities instead. Phantom has a bunch of multi-hitting stuff. But then for abilities, we don't need this, we don't need this, because we're not going to be doing attacking. So then we go back to Berserker. Sub-job. And then use this so we get the default breaking. And then I don't know what. Because I really want to run crit amp. If we had like one more ability spot, it'd be perfect. But we gotta have 5 because balancing. Because like not having Unshakable Will is gonna bite me in the ass, and I know it is. It just negates so much crap. Because then Adele's attacks won't come from just attacking. She would have to use the Thief ability, or the Phantom abilities. Which would be probably Dream Within a Dream. Because it's the only multi-hit she would have. Physical attack goes to 383. But I think she still gets a bonus from this, like a secret bonus from wearing these. Doesn't actually show it. I'm trying to think of the downside of this compared to dual swords. It's really just not getting crit amp, but like we didn't have it anyway. Because the other problem is that this is kind of pointless now. Because we have nothing that's guaranteed or like percent chance. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's no way it counts that, right? For Phantom? Like, obviously we can't even use it because it's sub-job 2, but that'd be funny if it did. I don't know if it does. Because it doesn't say specialty, it says ability. That'd be stupid. I guess we pretty much go with that. We'll have to try it and see how it feels. I really, really want crit amp because god, that thing is so disgusting, but like getting rid of the safety nets from counter savvy or this is just really bad. We could maybe get by without counter savvy. Because at least then if they try to apply a debuff, it wouldn't work anyway. We'd get hurt, but technically Seth can block it. Technically. We can try that and see how it feels. Oh, also when you're in the overworld or like in a dungeon with the party, yeah, you can see Adele has like the shadow, like glowing effect underneath her. It's so cool. And it like follows you while you're running around on the map. It's pretty cool, yeah. How does Phantom feel as a job? It's pretty neat. I have it as a sub job for or like the abilities from it are pretty good. Like I took dual wield and put it on Seth, so he has the 50% from this. The spells themselves from Phantom, like their abilities are kind of like eh. Like Dream Within a Dream is good, Become the Lightning is good if you want to buff yourself. Like 25% magic and physical attack is pretty nuts. And then Never Ending Nightmare is good if you can kill something, but it's kind of redundant. The biggest thing is like crit amp, dual wield, and then their specialties, which is like you get 50% crit chance if you're inflicting or exploiting their weakness. So if you combine that with like Oracle's thing from like Elvis, you're pretty much guaranteed 50% crit. And then you also have results guaranteed at 12, which is like this works with stuff like multitask from Swordmaster, like the 33% chance. And it guarantees it. I did do grinding off stream, yeah. Salve Maker Analyze. Is that an ability though? That, oh yeah, that would work too, because exploit. Yeah, that would work. Raiderish, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it. Request everyone go get to the sub. Enjoy your emotes and sub badges. Also, there is a bit or sub bouncing in the cup. There we go. It stopped. Yeah, this would work too. Oh my god. Actually, thank you for 5 gift subs as well. I appreciate it. Like, pretty much anything that lets you exploit the weakness gives you 50% more crit. What I had before on Adele, like before, like earlier in the stream, which I just changed off of, which was Swordmaster with subclass Phantom, which made it so that you could still attack spam with multitask. So every attack she was doing 3 swings, guaranteed. It's pretty good damage. It's just, to me, I like the punching more because I think it's fun and dumb. Writers think we're taking another sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I actually had Gloria earlier. She was on Spirit Master, which their level 12 ability is funny, but also painful because it makes it so that every spirit is up all the time, as long as you have 1 BP or less. But it also means that all of your setup can get removed because there's one spirit that removes all status effects, like the buffs. Or buffs and debuffs. It's painful. I tried it earlier and it felt like garbage. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. A little bit. Just a smidgen. And yeah, the hype train for Twitch stuff is kind of picky.
On, Elvis?
Ducky.
Oh, poor wee fellow's lost. We can't have come far the way. He must belong to someone here in town.
Maybe there's someplace nearby.
Aye, I thought the same thing. Nobody's come looking for him though. And him only a pup and all. Where's your ma and your dad?
Let's go ask around. Somebody must know something.
Yeah, 6 Arctic winds.
Sorry to bother you, but we found a wee stray. You wouldn't happen to know who he might belong to?
Oh, not again. Sorry, the little rascal's forever running off. Hang on, that's not our dog.
Course it's not. Ours is out running round the garden.
What are you on about running round the garden? Poor thing only went and hurt its leg 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and then this nice lady came by and fixed it. I've never seen healing skills like it. Poof, just like that, and the little tyke was fixed. Yeah, she was a pro, and no mistake. And to think she didn't even stick around long enough for me to say thanks. Wanted to ask her how she came to know so much so young, I did. You don't see many like her, that's for certain. Easy on the eye she was too. Bit stern looking maybe, but in a captivating way, you know?
Quite unruly, are you? Sounds like you've given up on your actual wife.
Isn't everyone's accent in the city supposed to be Welsh? Am I crazy? Because Wiswald was Scottish. Savalon is like
Are you trying to wind me
is
up?
British,
One
kind
more
of.
beautiful out of your mouth and I'll
The
put my
one
flippin'
town
foot
is
in it.
Irish, and then this town would be Welsh.
Seems you've a thing or two to be hashing out between you. We'll be getting along. Guess that wasn't the wee one's home then. Still, it was only our first try. Don't worry, little one. We'll soon sniff out your ma and your da for you.
Aw, almost sounds like he's asking us if we're sure.
Listen to you.
Time to keep the
putting
puppy.
Words in the poor pup's mouth. Less of that. We've an owner to find. Sorry to bother you while you're working, but
Back after all, is it? Good. I'm glad you've finally chosen to act like a grown-up. Oh, wait. Not who I thought it was. What can I do for you, then?
we're trying to find out who Rover here belongs to.
Sorry, not mine. I ain't got a dog.
Something troubling you?
Well, I took on this young bloke, see? But he up and left just like that. No experience, but strong as an ox. Took to the old smithing like a duck to water, he did. And what's more, he listened. Like, properly listened, you know? And I never saw such an hard worker. So there I was, egging him on, telling him he'd soon be the best for miles around. And then he goes and says it. Out of nowhere. Sorry, mate. I'd love to stay and learn more, but I've got things to be getting on with. There's someone who needs me. You know how it is. And just like that, he was gone. Honest hard workers like that don't come along often. Gutted I was.
Not here either, eh?
Hmm.
Sorry, little. Eh? Where's the pup gone?
He must have run off while we were talking.
Ah, that's no good. Come on. We'll split up and
The
find him.
cat's sneezing. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, he's just like me. Fucking crippling sinus problems. I'm not quite sure what this quest is like trying to lead us to, but definitely something a little weird going on. Crit chance. Whoops. Well, we're trying to find the owner, but then there's like the lady that magically fixes animals and like a dude who was just like apparently was a really good blacksmith, but just gave up for like no reason. Whatever it is, I have not put it together yet. That's a lot of XP. Ah yes, one crit chance as a treat. Where do we need to go? Oh, back to the inn.
Oh, you didn't have me worried, you little rogue, you. How many times have I told you not to go running off like that?
Well, would you look at that? Seems he found his owner all by himself.
Not quite by himself, no. A couple it was. A great big burly bloke and a proper snotty-looking woman.
I see. I see.
Wasn't so sure about them at first. They didn't seem exactly the do-good.
I see who it is now.
Didn't help that the big lad was covered in cuts and bruises either. But it turns out that was only because of the runaround this little devil gave him. Aren't you naughty, eh?
It's Jesse and James.
Ran off before I had a chance to thank them properly, they did. Proper mysterious like. Anyway, that's enough excitement for one day. Come on, you, off to bed.
I guess all's well that ends well, huh?
A great big burly bloke and a snooty woman, eh? Can't help thinking that sounds familiar.
I wonder why.
Anyway, that's the case of the lost wee doggy solved.
The
Nice
case
work,
of the
everyone.
lost wee doggy. Oh my god, that fucking name. Alright. I like how those two have kind of like turned into pseudo good guys, like they're trying their best type of thing, you know? Pretty funny. I do like that they kind of pop up occasionally, just to some degree. Alright, we need to go back to Wiswald at night. And I think we're pretty much good to go. Other than that, unless another side quest pops up. And then we can go do plot in Halcyonia. No, I need it to be nighttime. Any minute now. Any second now. Now what do I need to do? Search for a carpenter. We did it! Did the Arcanist guy say that? I don't remember him saying that. All I remember is that the Edna gave them the asterisks to attack Musa for whatever reason, you know, to get the crystal, I guess, but I won't lie, there are some points where I'm not fully paying attention to the story as much as I should. Something like you didn't need to control me to make me attack me, so okay. Also, there's all the soldiers. All 15 of them.
The place is crawling with holograders.
Aye, but this lot are just grunts. They won't know who we are. We should be able to keep a low profile for now.
We need to gain a better
Yeah, we don't look
understanding
suspicious
of
at
what's
all.
happening here. And we need to know if King Vernon's all right.
The innkeeper always seemed to know a lot about what was going on. Maybe we should ask her. One moment. Good. You weren't followed. Thanks for checking. Guess we need to be more careful.
Oh, there's no need to thank me. Like I told you once upon a time, it's only right to help people.
Have you any news of King Vernon?
He
Tidings that
surrendered so
Vernon
the
of
city might
Vernontide.
be spared,
I
and
see
then
what you
they
did
took
there.
him prisoner. There's not much we can do besides praying that he's all right.
Do you know where they're keeping him? Don't worry about it.
We should probably try asking around some more, without drawing attention to ourselves, of course.
Again, totally don't look suspicious at all. Just carrying a gigantic bag of asterisks in weird outfits, you know. The usual. Normal, everyday adventurers. I don't like how quiet it is. It's upsetting to me. Oh, there he is.
Looks like someone high up in Holograd's army.
You there? You local? Not seen you around here before?
Yes.
I've been sick. Today's the first day I felt well enough to leave my bed.
Is that so?
And you are...
Lonsdale, commander of the Holograda forces in this region.
I think it's Paladin too or something.
Yeah, but who cares about titles when we're in the tavern, eh? We're all equals here. Let me buy you a drink.
Sure.
Now then, lad. What is it that you do?
This is a weird interaction.
A sailor.
Oh, man of the sea, eh? Must have seen a bit of the world then. I did some travelling myself when I was your age. Me and a pal went on a bit of a journey of self-discovery. Though, it has to be said, one of the main discoveries I made was that I wasn't half as tough as I thought. To be honest, I was lucky to make it home in one piece.
So, how come you wound up in the army in Holograd?
Oh, in a word, son, duty. The King of Holograd at that time was very good to me. I felt it were only right that I paid him back somehow. Bit pompous, I know, but there you have it. Any road up. Turns out I'm not a bad soldier. Don't think I could live any other way now.
Wow.
A word to the wise, though. Even to a simple soldier like me, you're not doing the best job of keeping a low profile. Try not to cause any trouble while you're in town, alright? I'd hate to have to kill you for no good reason. One more thing. Don't bother trying to pass yourself off as a local again, lad. It didn't work on me, it won't work on anyone else. Yeah, be seeing you.
Alright.
Lonsdale, huh?
I mean, he clearly knows his shit, so makes sense that he would see right through Seth's amazing acting skills.
Well, what did we all find out?
I spoke to a maid who used to work at the castle. She says she saw King Vernon being taken to the dungeons.
That's no good. I came up empty, I'm afraid. What about you, Adele? Any luck?
I found out who's in charge of the Hologradders. His name's Lonsdale. This Lord Commander of theirs, Adam, must trust the guy quite a bit to put him in charge of an entire region.
Whoa. So it really was him.
Know something about this bloke, do you?
Yeah, I met him. He came into the tavern while I was there.
Wait, you didn't speak to him, did you? Did he suspect anything?
Oh, he definitely did.
Well, he didn't say it in so many words, but I think I blew our cover.
You goofed
Sorry,
it.
guys.
Sounds like we better break old Vernon out of Chokey and hightail it for the hills then, eh?
Well, has the date of my execution been set?
Still so eager to die, Your Majesty?
If it would help my people one iota, I would gladly kneel before the axeman here and now.
Oh, crikey. Look, before you go drawing a dotted line round your neck, I've a proposition for you. Now that Halcyone is part of the Empire, I mean to suggest that the Lord Commander makes you its governor.
What?
You know more about this place than anyone, and you certainly inspire loyalty in your subjects. You'd be far more used to them in charge than you would be dead, wouldn't you say?
Lonsdale, you...
General Lonsdale.
What is it?
I have orders for you from the Lord Commander, sir.
Execute the king.
Oh, damn his eyes. He's insisting that the execution go ahead. I thought he put me in charge. This should be my decision. I won't do it.
But it is a direct order from the Lord Commander.
Lonsdale actually not that bad of a guy, question mark?
Leave. This is her doing. I know it. She's the one who put this daft idea into his head. Well, I won't stand for it.
Do your duty, Lonsdale. Obey your orders.
I have done. I took the kingdom, didn't I? But victory's not just about winning the war. It's about what comes after.
And if what comes after is further bloodshed in response to your insubordination, if more of my people have to die, what then? As I told you before, I have no regrets. I will gladly give my life to keep my subjects safe.
God.
This is terrible. They've announced that the king is to be executed.
Welp.
What?
We must hurry.
You're going to help him? Then you have to let us lend a hand.
No.
It's also more so that
We will be fighting
Lonsdale
with
realizes,
men.
like, literally what
I
he said
cannot
is,
let
like,
you
there's no
risk your
use for him
lives.
to die. Like, he knows
We don't have to.
he is the
All
king
we
of this
need
city, so...
is create a distraction so you lot can sneak into the castle. A street brawl should bring the guards running.
And what about the soldiers guarding the castle entrance?
I have an idea. Remember when Sir Sloane used that stone to help us rescue Gloria? The one that blinded everybody? How about we get ourselves another one?
Ah, yes, the flashbang.
Hey, that could work.
The
Yes.
old razzle
You told
dazzle.
me how they're made. It shouldn't be too complicated.
Okay then. Tell us what we need, Gloria, and we'll go out and get it.
Gather materials for Glintstone. Quest 000. Question is, where is the stuff we need? Okay, it's all outside. Was it in the grass? Perhaps. I don't know if hitting the rock would do it. No. Oh, there it is. Just got really unlucky at first. There we go. Easy. You had to deforest the entire area. You're so mad at me. Perish. Did you have to deforest the entire thing because you weren't quite sure how it worked? Or was it like something else? Just bad RNG, I guess. Didn't get didn't get any of them? Oh no. Oh no. And one more save for good measure, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to fight your boy here in a bit.
Did you manage to work out how to make those special stones of yours?
Yep. How are things over here?
All good, thank you. I found a couple of big fellas who've agreed to start a scrap as soon as I say the word.
Thank you so much.
It won't be happening for a little while yet, though. Why don't you rest up in the meantime? After all, you'll be needing all your energy if you're going to rescue the king.
I guess we will, huh?
Won't be able to save your game again for a while. It's a good thing I made 2 saves. Why do I feel like this one is going to be much more involved than the others?
They should be getting started right about...
Because the other 2 were really quick.
And they're off.
The soldiers are on the move. Now's our chance.
Oh my god, there's so many people fighting out here. Oh my god, they're having an argument. There's so much happening. Wow, it's so exciting.
Stop right there.
Ready, everyone? By the light of the sun!
Flashbang!
Ah, what's happening?
Ah, my eyes! Ah! Just screaming in fucking agony. To the dungeon.
Your Majesty!
Princess Gloria, what in the world are you doing here?
We don't have much time. Please, step aside.
I would have loved if he just shoulder checked the
Now, as
fuck
to
out of
your
that door.
question, we are here to see you safely out of captivity.
I am grateful, but I cannot leave.
Your Majesty, why?
To make a stand against the Hologradders would mean war. My subjects would surely suffer greatly. Lonsdale is sympathetic to my position. So long as I continue to do as he wishes, the people of Halcyonia will be
Like
safe.
die and get executed.
General Lonsdale may be a reasonable man, but what of his superiors? Holograd's plans to expand its empire do not end with Halcyonia. What if the people of your kingdom were forced to fight in another invasion on behalf of their imperial masters? That's as likely an outcome as any, isn't it?
Your Highness.
Your people need you to remain alive. The people of the world need you to remain alive.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps it is not time to surrender my life just yet.
It is not. I am sure of it.
He just tinks his crown on the door frame.
Hands, Princess Gloria.
Slides off his head.
Let's get the heck out of here.
Like, almost looks like he's just a little bit too tall for that doorway. Oh no, and the bees.
This'll be a
Oh
piece of
no,
cake.
I'm so afraid.
Now you've made me mad.
Wow, they have a buttload of health. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. Can't argue with that. I don't remember. I think they have counter physical, but I don't remember.
You rang?
I really, really, really don't remember.
Time to take a step back.
Also, we have AoE again, which is neat. Not gonna do it just yet.
It's time to get serious.
Need Seth to get a fucking turn so I can do the thing.
No worse than expected.
Okay, what's the plan?
Thing.
Okay.
And now...
I'm all set.
Oh, that costs HP for it. Dang it. I wonder, well... Well... 25%. How much HP does it use? 1200. Jesus fuck. Fuck it. Yeah, it costs too much. I can't do this and then 3 of them. That sucks. I could do that and then like 2. And then... this. That, do that. And then probably 1 crescent moon. Yeah.
Perfect. Get ready.
Now that's a lot of damage.
This should do it.
Good lord.
Does that feel better?
Ah, much better.
I'll take the hit.
Right.
And
let's
Seth still
see.
takes like no fucking damage. Never actually used this, and I kind of want to see how much damage it does.
Sorcery. How? Another one bites the dust.
That's pretty good.
Aye. That'll do nicely.
Hey, you okay?
Let me help you.
How thoughtful of you. Huh?
Quick! Shut up! Right in the soft bits. Hoo-ha! That had to hurt.
All right.
Now you've made me mad.
Good lord, Seth.
Sorry. Don't take it personally. I got
Looks
another
like we
one.
did it.
I am strong.
Yeah, I love
can
punching too
feel
much,
it.
man. I can't get rid of that. I can't do it. I keep trying to do like weird dual wielding stuff, but punching is so fun. It's literally the best.
This won't take long. Now you've made me mad. Easy does it.
God, they have so much health.
It's time to get serious.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Come the lightning, level slash, and crescent.
Perfect. Let's see how you deal with this. That was me.
Ouch. Oh, I should have done the Seth thing first. Never mind. Yeah, they're gonna counter kill her. Yep. I goofed it. I goofed it.
Better cover up.
That's the one problem with her having
regret
no
your
counter savvy.
impressions.
Put the perspective, Vanguard cheats single Neo Crush last killed a person there. I mean, I think Seth for me could actually do that right now. He hits basically just as hard. That boy be doing a lot of damage.
Does that feel better?
All right.
Let me help
Let's
you.
go again. How thoughtful of you.
Yeah, Vanguard is like actually cracked. It's pretty nuts.
Prime forces consume you! Scatter my enemies upon the breeze!
No big deal. It's nothing.
Maelstrom of magic assail you! Primordial forces consume you!
Hey, you okay?
To arms! Here goes. Ahem.
Guess it's my turn.
Like, if I do Neocross Slash, like, this is probably gonna kill him in one hit. Or come damn close. And he's defaulting, too, actually. It's still at 3k.
Made me mad. Sorry. Don't take it personally. All right. Who's next?
Yeah, Vanguard's second specialty is just insane. Also, 1 second.
Do nicely. Hard work always pays off.
There was a tiny spider on my wall. Yeah, I very quickly burned down my entire house. You know, just as you do. And yeah, Vanguard is just, it's so insane, like, how strong that passive is. Like, the scaling on this is absurdly strong. And then since all the, like, heavy armor has the highest chance of being targeted and shit, you know, it just scales crazily. It just gets out of hand so fast. Like, I could give him this and make him do more damage. I could give him this. Look at the damage gain on that. For 50 extra chance to be targeted. That is disgusting. I could do it if I wanted him to do less, like, tankiness, you know? I could do it. Do I need to? Not really. Because I want him to still be a tank.
Easy peasy.
The problem, though, is that, like, once you get to a certain point where you start, like, hitting damage cap, it's, like, kind of pointless, you know? Because you're kind of wasting the damage. It's just funny to see the stat go up that high.
Oh, what's next, I wonder?
Now you've made me mad. I'll sit this one out.
Safety first!
Oh no, no damage.
It's time to get serious.
Time to pop off.
Nice.
Good lord.
A little sting.
Hey, you okay?
Ha! This should do it.
I'll take the hit.
Allow me.
Yeah, if we have Seth defend, we literally don't even need counter savvy for Adele. Kind of, unless there's like an AoE thing.
Let me help you.
Sorry to be a pain.
Hey, you okay?
Alrighty! Away and bio your heat! Nice!
Better luck next time.
Plenty more where that came from.
That's actually surprisingly strong.
That'll do nicely.
It's no disaster, but like, well, actually, all 3 hits added up might, wait. What? I broke it. Oh, he used jump. Okay.
Be healed.
Thank you.
Guess it's my turn.
It's like, where the hell is the enemy at? Oh, I've already broken this game. There's the jump.
To arms. Let us continue on our way.
Oh, there he is. Stinky face, Templar,
Didn't
paladin
I tell
looking
you
ass.
not to cause any trouble?
Lonsdale.
I'm a reasonable man. But do you really expect me to let you get away with this? The only way King Vernon is leaving this castle is over my dead body.
Why swear allegiance to a man like Adam, General Lonsdale?
Oh, he's got a spear and a shield. That shield's cool as
The
hell.
man who came before him. His father made me promise to look after the boy, and that's what I've done.
And how does executing King Vernon square with that promise, exactly? Surely the best way to look after the Lord Commander's interests would be to warn him of the dangers of angering every other ruler in the world.
Count yourself among that number, do you? Last I heard, you didn't have a country left to rule over. If you want me to believe you're still worth listening to, you'll need to prove it. Come on, let's see what you're made of.
What are you?
Okay, let's do this.
What are you?
I'm warning you, you better be good.
You rang?
Pick a number? Out of what? Like any number? All of them? All of the above? 1 through 10? 7. Lucky number 7. So, how tanky are you? 88,000? Weak to dark.
I must endure.
It's time
Counter when opponent defaults. Okay, that's fun. I love that. That's my favorite thing. Yeah, that's fun. Do you counter magic? Immune to doom, half lightning damage. Okay, he doesn't counter magic unless that was lucky. And he is weak to darkness. Do you counter shield crafting?
Now you've made me mad.
No. The contract has been sealed. Atticus, thank you for the $35 donation. I appreciate it. Let's see. That actually helps me out a lot because I just had to spend a bunch of money fixing my car yesterday, so that was fun. I love car repairs, they're the best. I don't know what to do here because if he's going to keep defaulting or countering it, it's not good. Well, if he does a buttload of damage, it depends on what he does, because he's going to get another BP if I do this.
Easy does it.
Yep.
Allow me.
Pretty much every single time he's done it. I could do that, but I'm mostly doing this for science right now to see what he does. I think he's mostly physical damage, so I'm gonna just do this. He might counter songs as well.
My voice holds.
He is not.
I'll take the hit. Hey, you okay? I'll take the hit. Right?
Okay, he just does no damage, pretty much. At least Seth can just eat everything, more or less. I'm going to do One more default. That's fine. Going to default again.
Oh, what's next, I wonder?
Physical barrier. So he eats one hit. That's fun. Oh my god. Actually, thank you for the $50 donation. Jesus Christ. Holy fucking moly. That is actually super annoying, and I don't know how that works with Dream Within a Dream. How would that work? Let's do this. Ouchie. Oh my god, Leo, thank you for the $10 donation. Good lord. I'm getting dono bombed. God, I'm thinking. So, I'm pretty sure that barrier is gonna stay on. And I don't want to fully pop off right now with Seth, so we're gonna do this. And... oh god, what do I want to do? Thinking. I need to do all this in the right order, that's the problem. I'm just gonna use a potion.
This'll do it.
To arms.
So... I don't need the defense buff anymore. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna buff.
Here goes.
You do counter songs. That's fun.
A song?
Even if he hits Gloria, it's not gonna matter. She has counter savvy.
Here goes.
Literally doesn't matter, yeah. So now... your way to dark. I'm gonna do this. Dark again on you.
Like a wee pick-me-up.
Now we're talking.
Need a wee hand there.
Thanks. I mean it.
I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know. Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Nice.
It's time to get serious.
Just heals Gloria. Oh my god. I could do this, but it's a little late for that. I don't remember if he has Defender of the People or not. I'm gonna wait one more turn. So we're gonna do this again.
Nice.
Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to get rid of Counter Savvy. God, that sucks. Shit.
Here, this'll help.
Thanks.
You can
I
rely
owe you
on
one.
me.
Thank you.
Right, let's get you patched up.
Much better. Now you've made me mad.
I think I can do at least one. Even if he hits me, it's not gonna kill, or at least it shouldn't. Or it will.
Do something.
It only did 3,000. Why did it kill her? She had 4k health. Oh no, because she used HP. Never mind. Never mind, I understand. Alright, that's annoying.
Time to play my trump cards.
I understand now. I have realized my mistake.
I should do it.
All right. Let's
Very
go
well.
again.
Holy spirits, heal me.
Thank you.
Alright, we wasted like a whole buff window, but I need to figure this out. We should have Defender of the People still, correct? Should. God, I fucking hope so. I'm gonna do this.
Perfect.
I'll take the hit.
Yes.
Want to see what I can really do?
And then...
You can rely on me.
I'm just trying to reset this because I want to make sure I do everything in order properly, but
Allow me.
I think Seth's next turn, his damage buffs are all going to fall off.
Perhaps this might help.
It's time to get serious.
Defender of the People should still be on. Seth hasn't had a turn yet.
Hey, you okay?
Sure is.
Time to play my trump cards.
I'm going to default.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, you're ready. I'll take the hit.
Oh my god, why are you such a piece of shit? Taking off Counter Savvy was a terrible idea. Or I guess it wouldn't really matter because he would have just single targeted her anyway. God, that sucks.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go for it.
Let's go. Try this for size. I've got a little something for you. See how you like this.
I doubt you'll be getting the better of me if that's all you got to offer. And if you can't beat me, you've not a hope in hell of beating the Lord Commander. In fact, I doubt if you'd even lay a glove on him. It's probably better all round if I just kill you now. Come on! Last chance to show me what you're made of.
Yep. Did I just skip a phase? I think I did.
Not bad. I might have underestimated you, but it's
I think I
still not
skipped a
enough.
phase.
You want to save King Vernon, don't you? And stop the Lord Commander?
Oh no, I know how busted it is.
Then show me you have what it takes. Come on! Give me everything you got!
He's probably got like no health left.
Must be done.
Yeah, he's got like nothing left.
Sacred powers restored.
Oh, I'm so upset I can't do anything with Adele right now because he keeps fucking murdering me. I want Adele to do something, so we're gonna try to set up for her again. If I buff her... Oh no, I'm gonna wait.
Now you've made me mad.
I'm gonna wait.
You don't want to miss this.
Actually, he might counter this.
Blade of shadows, assail thee.
This still did 7k.
I'm barely getting started.
Let me see. A song? Very well. I hope my voice holds.
That's what I was gonna do, yeah, but I need to wait for Seth's turn to come back.
A song? Very well.
Leave it to me. Need a wee hand there.
Let's go. Full speed ahead.
I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know.
Doing there, my guy. Oh, you just got a bunch of defense. Joke's on you, though. We have crits. Actually, no. Hold on. You want to use Dream Within a Dream?
Well done. You beat me fair and square.
Oh my god. Wowee. That still did a lot. Good lord. And that would have hit 12 times? What are you? Bastion? What? Huh? What? Bastions are unassailable human fortresses whose shields can stop even the most brutal blows stone dead. Perform a physical attack on the target and increases the user's physical defense by 15%. Perform a quick physical attack on a target, increases the user's magic defense. So what you're telling me is I can be a brick wall again. And also still do damage.
I asked for proof, and I got it. I might not have been able to stand up to Adam, but maybe you can.
Wait, you didn't let us win, did you?
Not likely. I'd just as happily have clobbered you and put King Vernon to the sword. If I've proved anything, it's that I've not got it in me to go against orders, even when I know I should.
Hey, don't be so...
The Lord Commander's powerful, but you beat me. Maybe you can beat him too.
Lie still, General Lonsdale. Your wounds are deep.
This little lot... This is nothing. Listen.
It's not like we have healing magic or anything.
Please.
I mean to order my men to stand down, but on one condition. That those who wish to leave be guaranteed safe passage home to Holograd.
You have my word. I will issue orders accordingly. I must thank you once again for coming to my aid, Princess Gloria. In return, I will of course do anything that is within my power to assist you in your efforts to recover the Wind Crystal.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your help is deeply appreciated, as always.
Might I ask what you intend to do
Lonsdale,
next?
quickly, before you die. We have a chance to save you with this potion I got off of this tree that has 3 times the HP that you have. It took me an hour to kill him. It took way more effort than it took us to beat you up.
I intend to go to Holograd and recover the Wind Crystal.
Good. We appear to have made it in time.
Prince Pollux! And Anihal, too!
Friends.
We have come to assist you, Princess Gloria, as we promised we would. The Council of Elders voted unanimously in favor of our doing so.
Oh my god, it's like I said, all of our friends are gonna show up before the thing. Wow, crazy!
What are you doing here?
Wiswold would have been finished if it weren't for Princess Gloria. We owe her everything.
It would appear that we are all in your debt, Your Highness. And the time has come for us to repay you.
What about Rheimdall? Oh, that's a lot of people.
Friends, we have all, in one way or another, come under attack by the Holograders. Had it not been for the efforts of Princess Gloria and her friends, I doubt any of us would still have a country to call home.
You give me too much credit. Now, if what we have discovered is correct, the attack on Musa 3 years ago was the first act of aggression in the current campaign. As we are all aware, those who attacked my kingdom that day also stole the crystals. Fire, water, wind, and earth. The power of the cardinal elements resides within each of these sacred treasures. But they are more than mere vessels. They have a far greater purpose. They are the keys that keep a great evil locked away.
Ah, yes, the super evil, Exdeath.
Many years ago, my grandfather and 3 comrades fought that evil. The Knights' Nexus. Who, or even what it is, I do not know. But its unleashing brought a series of great calamities upon the land. The 4 brave warriors faced it, each blessed with the power of one of the crystals, and after a brutal battle, the Nexus was sealed away once more. But its evil is great. Too great for even the crystals to keep in check forever. Their power must be replenished every 200 years, lest they grow too weak. And doing so was my kingdom's sworn duty. We were charged with ensuring that the crystals remained powerful enough to keep the evil contained.
But then the crystals were stolen, and as their powers wane, the seal grows ever
Alana,
weaker.
thank you for the 7-month resub. I appreciate it.
Fortunately, upon examining the 3 crystals we recovered, I learned that some of their power still remains. The seal should hold for a little while longer. But
And then
if we do
Exdeath
not
will
act
show up.
now, it is only a matter of time before the Knight's Nexus is unleashed. If we are to save the world, we must stand together. The bravery of one must be the bravery of all.
Halcyonia stands with you, Princess Gloria, as it
That's
always
super
has.
Exdeath.
As does Savalon. It is the least we can do, after all you have done for us.
I still can't quite believe my old pal's a hero of light. But I'm with you all the way, Elvis, just like I've always been. We'll teach Holograd to invade our homelands.
Then it is settled. We march to Holograd on your command, Princess Gloria.
Aye. I can't wait to get cracking some Hologradar heads.
Long live the heroes of light!
Long live the heroes of light!
Long live the heroes of light!
All right. the nice little bow at the end. I would like to save my game, please. New stuff in the shop. Zwil Crossblade. The Blind Blade. The Sandman's Axe. Oh my god, that attack! Oh my god. That thing's heavy. Wyvern Spear. Chigetobo. The Hammer Mace. Aegis Shield. Good lord, the defense stat. Jesus Christ. Fluted armor. I don't know if I really want any of this. The shield is pretty sick. The defense stat on it is actually nuts. I will buy one as a treat. I think it doesn't have all of the armor that we should have. Oh, that axe looks sick as hell. That's so cool. Dual wielding Gaia rods give you more. Probably. You wouldn't gain as much stats though unless you had the dual wield passive on. Oh god. Fuck. Keep yawning. Also, I'm almost tempted to give him this again for the speed bonus. Because I'm not gonna lie, he kind of needs it. Yeah, we gotta check the Bastion job. Bastion. That is a really cool outfit. S with shields. When defaulting, the damage received is further reduced at a cost of 15 MP. The MP cost is incurred even if the damage is nullified by immunity or absorbed. Okay. Physical defense, magic defense. Barrier that will protect multiple targets from a single physical attack cannot be combined with Valation. Single magical attack. Oh, okay, so there's a magic one and physical. Form a powerful light and beauty physical attack of the target. Increases the user's physical and magic defense. Good lord. Or physical attack that is extremely effective on blighted targets. User's turn will come around more slowly, but they will default automatically even when it is not their turn. What? So, like, you never have to actually use default, I guess, for defense, but then you wouldn't get the BP. Unless it does give you the BP, which would be interesting. Performing a critical attack may cause BP to increase by 1. That would be so nasty on Phantom. That's nasty. Good lord. BP limit up. Increases BP limit by 1. Alright. Double default. For 3 turns, defaulting will increase BP by 2 instead of 1. Oh my god. Sanctuary. Shut up shop so that allied and enemy HP, MP, and BP cannot be changed until the user's next turn. What the fuck? However, usage costs for any abilities used in the meantime will still be deducted. What? So like you could literally just use like Sanctuary and just do all of your setup and not take any damage. That's interesting. That's a very interesting job. God, Bastion with Shield Master, dude. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, they like spear and shield. God damn. This right here is just insane. This is insanity to me. This is the problem though. We have so many jobs I can't get rid of the abilities that I have. I'm already scrounging for space for all the crap that I have already. Holy crap. They keep fucking yawning. Oh, I imagine the last job we get's gonna be dumb. I imagine it's fucking what's-his-face's ability. It's probably Dark Knight. Yeah, I did eat before stream. See, I don't... This seems so cool, but I don't know what to do with it. I really don't know what to do with it. No, I don't want to sit here and grind it out. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't want to do that right now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, pretty much. I like that one with the red. Ooh, I love that blue. Oh, I'm a sucker for that shade of blue. That's awesome. I love that. There's this teal. I like that. That's a good outfit. That's a really cool set of armor. All right. Job neat. Am I going to use it? Probably not. But it's cool. Still debating on if I want to commit to this, but it might be a good idea. Because at least then he can get more speed. The other thing is that I want to have another one of these, but it's too heavy. A little too heavy. And I'm pretty sure everyone else's stuff is basically as good as it's gonna get. You need to check the other stores too. Double check all of them. This is actually technically more magic attack for Elvis, but we will lose that on the Gaia Rod buff, which is unfortunate. And I don't know what other armor I would get rid of. Wait a minute, does Elvis have silence immunity? I think I YOLO'd that, didn't I? Yeah, he doesn't have silence immunity. Yeah, I remember now. Doesn't the giant helm give us HP? I think it does. Yeah, it does. It's only 300 though. It might actually be better. Actually no, it's not. It's more speed, more evasion, more chance for target, so it's like slightly more damage. But then he loses, what, 300 health? Sure, why not? Yeah, I checked all of them already. They're pretty good. I like Elvis's because it's Elvis's is like a blue, Adele's is teal, Gloria's is red, and then Seth is purple. Oh, they actually sell power bracers. Okay. Okay. God, this shit's too heavy for Seth. Literally on the cusp of equipment load right now. Where is the fast travel person? Oh, we have to just go to Holograd right now? I see. Hey, Garlo, I mean, it's Holograd. It's completely different. It's, no. It's not Garlo Mall. Nope, it's different. Completely different. It's funny because I could actually drop his helmet down to like maybe this or something and then put on another one of these. $833. Nah, the helmet's actually better, funnily enough. We just need to level him up and get that up to a higher amount. How the hell do you get down there? Actually, I should probably just buy a bunch of crap right now. Buy more of these. Cap out on those. Cap out on these again. Don't really need the throwing items or these. I'm gonna buy a second one of these in case I need to do some weird Shield Master stuff. And that's pretty much it. I assume we have to go through here, maybe? No? Yes? Yes.
Your Highness, the Halcyonian and Savalonian forces are assembled. King Vernon and Prince Pollux await your orders. We shall create a large-scale diversion, as agreed. By engaging the enemy in combat, we hope to allow you to make your way into Holograd undetected. Good luck, Your Highness.
Oh, that's how we get over here. Ah, okay. That's been bugging me the whole game. Also, I'm pretty sure all the enemies here are gonna run away from me. Yep. No one's surprised. I still want to know what these are. I wonder if it's like a secret super dungeon thing or something.
What's the plan?
Oh, they fixed the bridge. Finally. Oh, there's the diversion.
The Holograders are on the move, Your Highness.
Our plan has not changed. The Vanguard will engage the enemy, while slowly falling back. The bulk of our remaining forces will then advance on the enemy flanks, remaining vigilant in case of ambush. We must be patient and not lose sight of our main objective, to keep the Holograders occupied for as long as possible.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Is everything all right?
I am no battle commander. That was always my brother's calling.
You'll be fine. Everyone's behind you. Me and my friends included.
Thank you, Anihal. You do not know how much that means to me.
I'd better head for the battlefield. We've got an attack to organize.
Good luck, Anihal. And be careful.
Yeah, now Kith. Oh my god, all the dead bodies. Oh my god.
The Halcyonians are nothing but cowards. Weaklings who allowed their kingdom to be overrun. They will fall just as easily this time. Charge!
There's too many. Retreat, retreat.
Cowards, Bold words. Though it is true that we allowed our realm to fall to another.
King Vernon.
But better that than condemn my people to war and needless bloodshed. To stand against a man such as Lonsdale would have resulted in nothing less. We had no choice but to surrender. And I will never surrender to the likes of you. Animals who have no idea what it means to be responsible for the lives of others.
Your Majesty, the front line is in danger of crumbling. We must fall back and rejoin.
No, this is only
Never
the
get up,
beginning.
give up, never
We
surrender.
Stand and fight. And besides, what better diversion than an enemy almost overrun?
Here they come!
Like moths to the flame. Give your all, men. This is our moment. For Halcyonia!
Now's our chance! Let rip!
Hit confirmed!
Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip.
No one moving in to replace them!
Good work, everyone! Operation Muck Sweep successful.
I always forget about the radio bracelet.
Thanks, pal. We owe you one.
God damn it.
Leave the rest to you lot, eh?
Aye. We'll take it from here. Put the drinks on ice for the victory feast.
Everyone, prepare to fall back. Time to join forces with the other armies and keep the pressure on.
The Doom guy just appears. It's like not even Doom guy in like the art style of the game. It's just like straight up Doom guy from Doom Eternal, like high res and everything. The enemy colors over here are pretty neat. What is this? That's just a wall to Rheimdall, I guess. The border. Camera, please. Oh my god, I hate that. I hate that in chat so much. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. Oh, I want to explore. Wait, is this it? Is this literally the city right here? That was quick. Yep, that's it. Holograd, seat of the Empire.
So, we finally made it into Holograd, huh?
Come on, everyone. Let's go get that wind crystal.
Aye. There's a lot of people out there counting on us.
Indeed. Come along, everyone.
Totally normal adventures here in town. Don't mind us. Completely normal. Chest. Crimson vest. He gives crit. He gives 5% crit chance. I guess they're just gonna let us walk through here. Just no one gives a shit, I guess. Chest. I mean, I guess the random grunts around don't really know who we are. Guess that kind of makes sense-ish. Yeah, and they have more of these. Okay. Nothing else new. It's all basically the same as before. It's fine by me. I really like the music for this city.
Hello, dearie. Care to go for some sailing in the middle of a war?
I love that it's never explained why she's in every town. Never bring it up. No one questions it. Hello, welcome to Holograd Castle. We're still under construction. Doing some renovation. Stick. Another Artemis bow. Yes, the thing that you forward spammed for forever ago and then realized that Vanguard is OP. The true power of Vanguard. Love that everything's running away from me. It's a good feeling. What, these guys? No. They're not in a coat, they just have the... It's like a dark purple, like, skin tone, I think. A lot of the enemies here drop stat buns as rare drops. Oh. I mean, some of the other enemies we've run into before can do that. There were a couple times where we've gotten buns as drops before. Saffron robes. More restorative power. It's only like 4. feel like the Valkyrie code's just too good. Hmm. Oh, this is the other side of the first room. Okay, I see. I see now. Wait, what? Oh, there's another upstairs. Where to save point at, though? Also, I'm still convinced that, what's his name, Adam, he's the Dark Knight. I'm, like, pretty sure. It's either that or he's, like, some Mystic Knight or, like, Rune Knight, Rune Blade, something. Gaybulg. Could be Reaper. I'm not gonna say no, but I feel like it's pretty unlikely. I'm convinced it's some type of knight, especially for how edgy it is. Just a really angry butcher. You get his job asterisk, and it's like butcher. Like, oh, all right, well, okay, can't argue with that. He's pretty clear cut to me. Oh. Okay. Alright. That's fun. That's always fun to see. That knife smile. I guess this is, quote, it. I mean, clearly not, because we need to go beat up the Knight's Nexus, but, like... There they are.
Adam!
Princess Gloria.
God, I forgot how ridiculous his hair is.
It is no trinket to be used to further your own selfish ends. It is an object of sacred power.
My own selfish ends? What do you know of what I mean to do with it? I would use it to unite the world, to establish a lasting peace for all through strong leadership. Do you consider that selfish?
Translation: dictatorship.
And I will achieve that end. You may stand quietly by and watch me do so, or you may die.
Wait!
What the heck's going on?
No!
Come on, everyone!
Airship? Airship? Airship. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. The airship's got a huge ass!
How does a whole building just take off like that?
Aye, I'm struggling to get my head around it myself. All that shaking must have been us breaking free of the ground.
They're using the power of the wind crystal.
Well, whatever's going on, there's no turning back now.
Indeed not. We must compose ourselves and prepare to push on.
Okie dokie. No, they're still running away from me. Why is there a bear in here? I was just thinking that it's like our ultimate defense inside of our, you know, final creation, the airship. It's like, I just put a bunch of fucking bears in here or whatever. Couple little mages. They'll be fine. Who needs soldiers? Who needs that? I mean, if they're rune bears from Elden Ring, that would just be... nothing would ever get through, because they're fucking bullshit. Oh, they're so garbage. I hate them. I hate them so much. Oh god, this is like a whole thing. Alright. Ripper. Don't need it. I don't use knives. They buffed Radahn's damage because the last patch nerfed his damage through a bug. But Radahn already hit so hard. That dude hits like a train.
Here I go.
Well, here's hoping that they don't counter physical damage, or this is going to get really awkward.
Perfect. This will shut you up. You may feel a little sting.
Looks like we did it.
The Demon's Rod, alright. What does that do? Dark attacks do 30% more damage. That magic attack, though, good lordy. Pretty good. I don't know if it's worth getting rid of the 30% earth damage buff, though. Yeah, that's very much an Arcanist staff. This is the dark damage. We still got to go back to Elden Ring at some point. I've been really feeling the drive to do it. Soon. Not yet, but soon. I definitely do think that I needed a break from the game. Because the last time I played off stream, I ended up beating a boss without any real issues. Like, it wasn't bad at all. Whew. 10 crit chance? It's not bad. The big thing too is that, like, I kind of, like, with that break and, like, going to check some stuff off, like, off stream on my own, I, like, didn't have the pressure of, like, being on stream and everything too, and also I have a much better, I guess, a variety of weapons for me to use now instead of just large sword. I have a lighter weapon that's still strength that does good damage. It's a little bit faster, and I have the hammer fully upgraded now. And I think I mentioned on one of the other streams recently, I did do a run of Millennia or two, and I got her to like 15% with 2 of the tries that I did. Like both of them. Just testing out some stuff. I didn't really care if I beat her or not, but certainly doable. It just feels like ass still. Oh, there's a shop in here? What? I mean, sure, why not? I guess. The save point. There is... I assume that's supposed to be an elevator. I mean, they gotta throw in some sort of like safety net in here to not screw you over, because it'd be really fucked up. But because like you could just grind here and just fight a bunch of enemies and buy healing, and you know, you have something to work with. Also, does it bug anybody else that this room is not centered properly? Because it is, it's bugging me. Like this little thing right here should be right here in the middle. And then, or like the doorway should be in the middle like that. God, it's bugging me. It's not centered. A lever? What does that do? Oh my god. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. Well, I want to lift this up, so do that. Actually, hold on, I didn't go left. Oh no, Bleed is stupidly broken. In Elden Ring, like, it's so absurdly broken. There's a lot of bosses that end up being a lot easier if you have shit like Bleed. Like, genuinely, like, objectively easier. Because of how fucking broken it is. Okay, so we need to pull that lever and then pull this one too. That's kind of annoying, but we can do that. Well, the other thing too is that like the start of Elden Ring was rough for Arcane Bleed because arcane weapons didn't scale properly, but then they fixed it and now Arcane is literally the best shit in the game. Like, it's ridiculous. And even then, like, magic is also stupidly strong still. Okay, that's where we need to go. Cause like when I finish my playthrough of Elden Ring on strength, like, don't get me wrong, I had fun with my strength build all the way up till like more recent stuff. Like, strength was really, really fun. But you can very clearly tell that certain shit is just straight up better. Cause like magic builds are dumb. Arcane's dumb. Like, if I made another character, I'd probably do like a magic build or like Arcane. Like Arcane Bleed. Like Dex type of build. But I don't know if I would stream that or not, if I just kind of just play Elden Ring for fun on my own after that. I don't mind streaming more Elden Ring, because, you know, like a majority of the game I do like is just some of the later stuff, at least on Strength, has felt like garbage. Which sucks. It very much feels like the game wants you to do some type of hybrid build. Like, they really want you to do it. I think I need to go back up. Yeah, I do. Yep, you can skip phase 2 on that boss with Bleed. Like, Bleed is so broken, man. It's insane. Like, I watched Drac beat Millennia with the oh god, the River of Blood sword or whatever, and he just deleted her. Like, it does so much damage. And he keeps staggering the crap out of her with the Mimic, too. It's just free. Like, don't get me wrong, he still has to dodge certain shit that Millennia does if she does, like, her hyper armor, but, like, god, it just melts her. And then here I am on Strength with my slow-ass weapon that screws me over with anything she does that's like a hyper armor jump or whatever, the little hop that she does. It's fucking anguish. That's where we need to go. The chest over there. I've actually seen a lot of like power stancing strength builds that are pretty funny. Like there's one build that a guy had for like a strength build for a one-shot build. He's power stancing the hammers and he was just one-shotting bosses with it. Like I shit you not, doing like 30,000 damage a hit. It was absurd. It's nuts. But that type of stuff takes so much setup. As upset as I did get at that boss, I do still love Elden Ring. But like, man, it has some problems. It's a good game, but it has its flaws. The one that still bugs me the most is the fucking stuttering. God, that shit drives me crazy. Still stutters so bad. Yep, just like Dark Souls. Looks at Blighttown. Screams in anguish. They all have their flaws, none of them are perfect. Like, I fucking love Bloodborne, but it ain't a perfect game. It is part of the charm. It's part of the charm to a point, though, and kind of to a fault. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. This place is melting my brain. I need to lower this. How the hell do I get over there? I have no idea. I would say Bloodborne was definitely better in its combat. It definitely felt really fucking good. Even with like a slow weapon. Like I did a whole strength build through all of Bloodborne and even all the Chalice dungeons. It still felt fucking good the whole way through, you know? But Bloodborne's like a whole other thing. It's good. It's really good. But like I said, it's not perfect. Because there's definitely some bullshit in that game. There's some bullshit, like fucking Mikolash. My favorite boss. The best boss. The one that's complete and utter fucking garbage. Perfect boss, 11 out of 10. He's 11 out of 10 when I do the fucking poison knife cheese. Hey, Shybug. Oh, let's see. I'm debating on if I really want to get out of your chested here. I don't know if I really need them, but might have some goodies in them. So far, it's been kind of a mix. How am I? I'm good. A little tired today, but we're playing some Bravely Default.
Come, let us fight!
Come and get it! Wait for it! Hey, you okay?
What's the plan? I'm all set!
I could probably just do this and then just a bunch of damage.
Nice! Let's see how you deal with this. You may feel a little sting.
That was a piece of cake.
The Black Cowl. What does that do? Blindness immunity. More crits, more evasion, more speed. Higher chance of being targeted, more magic defense, physical defense. We lose a little bit of damage. I might give it to her. Just for the extra speed, crit, and evasion. And also immunity to blind. Also, another thing to kind of prove, or like talk about Elden Ring, I guess, is like, I definitely, like, the last little bit of it has been a slog, but it took, you know, 80 hours to get to that point, and a lot of the good chunk of the game I really enjoyed. Is it still frustrating as hell at the late game? It sure is. But the other, like, 90% of the game I've done was really fun. How do I move that? Also, I should check that armor that we just got. That thing is really heavy. Whew. Look at that defense stat on that thing, though. 87. 19 chance to be targeted. It's actually better than that, but it's just way too heavy. Really heavy. How do we move this? How do I move that? Okay, I think I see it. I need to get to that. How do I get to that? And then lift this. That lets me get to the switch, lift the switch, come back around, and we should be good. need to get over there, which is right here. And this should lift up the thing to let me get to the save point. It did. And now we go all the way back around. Yeah, the endgame for Elden Ring mostly feels like it was like a little overtuned to a point. And also, like I said, like not having some sort of hybrid build makes it much, much harder. You're really kind of punished for not having it, which is unfortunate. Okay, so now save the game. Really wish there was like a checkpoint to go back for this, but I cannot. And we're gonna have to hope that we're pretty much ready for this, whatever it is. Probably fighting Adam. More than likely. Or more dungeons still. This dungeon is huge. Oh no, okay, it's just the elevator. Grand Hall, Central Concourse, and the bridge. We're currently on the bridge. Is the Grand Hall the... I'm trying to think of what was the shop area. Not that it really matters. Yes, it was this. Because then... I think that's where it wants us to go. Yeah, it wants us to go to the right. Then if we go here, this is like a extra secret little thing, I think. Because there was another middle area that we like couldn't get to, and I think that's what this is. Yeah. 3 Phoenix Stones that I don't need. And... Teleport Stone. Do another save just to be safe. Because you can never save too often. And let's go beat up Adam, I guess, unless there's even more dungeons still. Yep.
You are admirably persistent, Princess Gloria. But I am afraid you have wasted your time. The Wind Crystal's power has already been put to use. And what?
Gloria!
Behold! The future made real. A vessel that soars through the very skies. A vessel by whose power I shall unite the world. People speak of harmony and cooperation. These are but foolish dreams. True peace cannot be achieved by means of such fanciful nonsense.
I want to unite the world in cooperation. Cooperation is stupid. What a flawless train of logic.
How little it took to sow chaos among your precious peaceful realms. Give each a crystal and all soon falls apart. Soon, you would have been at one another's throats again. War was an inevitability.
To a ship that flies through the air, I shall call it the airship.
One with true strength. One who can unite the world and establish a lasting peace.
What good is a peace won using military force and underhanded deception?
It's called dictatorship.
And what use is it if someone more powerful comes along?
That's called a coup.
Exhausting the power of the Wind Crystal, you have brought the Knight's Nexus's awakening even closer. Do you understand what that means?
It means that there will simply be another for me to crush beneath my boot.
Do we have to fight him and her? Or is it just him?
You poor fool.
I hope it's just him.
You're a fool, all right. And an arrogant one at that. Reckon someone needs to put you in your place.
I'll second that. Anyone who starts a war in order to stop more war needs some sense beating into them.
As long as we're still standing, we'll never let you win.
Your reign of terror ends here.
Oh boy.
Let's see what you're made of, eh?
40 hours later, and we finally get to fight him again.
All shall kneel before me.
It's nothing.
Okay, he still hurts. What is that debuff? Diamond blades. That gives me no information. Okay. He did hurt himself, though. How much health you got there, my guy? 107,000? No. He's weak to axes! Oh, auntie. He's weak to axes. Oh, no.
Nothing like the long game.
Okay, he does not counter defaulting. That's good.
Safety first.
Oh, it just passively hurts me. It's a dot. Interesting. So he heals and gets mana when he defaults. That's interesting. Kinda hate that. I don't think I can cleanse that. The problem is I don't know what type of damage he does.
Let me help you.
I owe you one. No big deal.
Yeah, it's definitely a dot.
What's the plan?
Hmm.
Allow me. I have to protect myself.
Right, let's get you patched
Doing
up.
good.
You can rely on me.
Thanks. Let me at him. Wait for it.
Here I
Okay,
go.
that did literally nothing.
Nice.
Want to see what I can really do? That's better, eh?
Thank you.
Right, let's get you patched
How
up.
thoughtful of you.
Arms.
What's the plan? I'll sit this one out.
Better luck next
Did
time.
actually nothing, and all he did was hurt himself. Got it. Love it. We love to see that.
Safety first.
Now buff again.
Perfect.
I'll take the hit.
Oh, he does counter buffing. Okay. That's fine, though. We do have counter savvy. I think it still applied the dot, though, which is kind of annoying.
A song? Very well.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, he does. Oh my god, he's just gonna keep getting debuffs.
A song? Very well.
Oh, he's still gonna keep getting debuffs. He has so many.
Here goes. Ahem.
Utterly transparent.
She got one too, that's fine.
Perhaps you are not completely worthless after all. You have grown stronger since last we met. I seem to remember you cowering behind Sloane rather
Sir,
than
don't
facing
talk smack right now in the middle of my setup.
Of course, you still do not have a hope of defeating me. No. You are destined to become yet another footnote in the story of Holograd's inexorable rise! Now die!
Come and get it.
Okay. I'm gonna do this.
All right then. Okay, I'm all set.
I could give him the big smackaroo right now, but I'm going to heal first.
Try this.
Hey, you okay?
He does counter that. Interesting. Oh no, I think he just used his turn. I need to do a couple things here. We need to need to weaken him. I guess we'll do Earth. And then supplement Earth, supplement Earth again.
Sure, yes. How's about this then? I'm not just a dab hand with a weapon, you know? Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
I mean it.
Need a wee hand there?
I could get used to this.
Nothing like a wee pick-me-up.
Nice. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's just dot damage. So I'm gonna just give him the big old business right now. Give him the big old smackaroo. So, finally get to see what Adele can do. Assuming he doesn't counter the fuck out of me.
Check this out.
Now that's a lot of damage.
This should do it.
Jesus Christ.
I have toyed with you long enough. I grow bored.
Bruh. Okay.
Now, stand still and let me crush you. I must go forth and show the world the might of my beautiful flying machine.
Look at this cool thing I made. Ouchie. Wow, that damage. Okay. So Adele almost killed him. He literally almost died. That did a lot of damage. So I'm going to do a little bit of safety. Because he's just going to die to like 1 or 2 disasters anyway. So I'm going to just heal first. And then we're just going to give him the business.
You can rely on me.
Thank you.
That's better, eh?
How thoughtful of you.
You can rely on me.
Thank you.
Right, let's get you patched
You
up.
have my
And now we give him the business.
Primordial forces consume you. Maelstrom of
Counter
magic
savvy!
Cut short.
The wind crystal is
He
ours
gives
once
666
more.
JP. He's totally a Dark Knight, dude. Like, come on. Gold hairpin. Alright, well, Adele still hits like a train. It's gotta be Dark Knight, dude. Come on. Hellblade? Okay. That's a sick name. Hellblades specialize in attacks against multiple targets and are often willing to sacrifice themselves in order to maximize the damage done. Expend 25% of the user's max HP. Max HP in order to perform 3 powerful fire-imbued physical attacks on a target at regular intervals. Expend 25% of the target's max HP in order to perform 3 water-infused attacks. Okay. Interesting.
Why? Why does no one understand? The world will fall into chaos without my intervention.
It's like a weird mix of like Dark Knight and like Runeblade or like
All
Mystic
I
Knight.
see are the same tired old justifications of 1,000 petty despots. What of the wishes and
Who are you, the
interests of
jailer?
ordinary people?
Oh, fuck.
It is consideration for others that breeds obedience and respect, not domination by others. But perhaps that makes no sense to one who only understands the way of the sword.
You.
The crystal is mine, and you will return it to me.
She just stabs him.
That might be a bit of a problem, actually.
Edna, what are you?
Edna was the true villain the whole time. Wow.
The crystal's power! It's...
I'm afraid I can't let you take it until I've drained every last drop.
Maybe don't do it while we're in the air.
Involved.
but I didn't want to believe it.
Maybe not while we're in the air.
My own sister.
Yeah.
It's been a while, Adele. How are things?
Why are you doing this, Edna?
You know why? Because the humans have to suffer for what they did.
What did
And
they
I mean,
do?
It's so easy, too. I just took the asterisks from the village, passed a few around, and before you know it, they're stealing the crystals.
Yep.
After that, well...
God, those
you know
wings
the
are
rest.
crazy.
Uh-oh. I'm not so sure this thing will be staying in the air much longer.
Yeah, maybe not do this. Don't do this while we're in the air.
If you get out of here alive, that is. I mean, I'm sure you will. You're a fairy after all. Your friends, though? I'm not so sure.
She just tries to fly away and like a thing falls on her. She just dies. Does like a nice squish sound effect.
Oh no! This is not good!
Fear not, children of men.
That voice!
Aye, the wind
Lydia?
crystal. No.
No, it can't
Wait.
be.
Willem? He's big now!
Gwillem!
He's big!
And you lot?
Martha!
Come,
Big.
quickly. Onto my back, if you please.
All right. Gloria?
All right.
He big. Fuck Adam. Fuck that guy. Don't
So this is how it
don't try to
ends.
save him. Just let him die. Don't just let him.
No.
Just. Yep. Okay. Good. Oh. Just let him die. It doesn't matter. Just let him die.
Saved me?
No. You
I don't care.
misunderstand.
I don't care about Adam. He's not even interesting.
I do not wish you to die just yet. That is all. Events are now likely to unfold as Edna intends. You must stop her.
I would love if a giant beam just fell down and just crushed him
This is
immediately.
how you will repay me for crushing my ambitions. Now go, hero of light. Do my bidding.
Ah, yes. He's doing mental gymnastics to make it seem like it was his plan.
I depart this bleak, black world.
Ooh, ow, the edge!
Heroes of light, indeed. You are welcome to it.
Cool. He is not an interesting character. Yeah, though, like, crazy fucking psychopathic French girl, the painter lady.
Can't believe how big you've grown.
Dragons and humans are not the same. The wisdom accumulated by dragonkind over the millennia is now mine. It is a source of nourishment greater than any feast.
Ah, yes, the forbidden dragon wrinkle.
It is a gift granted to all those who watch over Rheindal. The gift of growth, of completion.
Whoa. What's happening?
That's probably fine.
Now that the power of the crystals has weakened, the Night's Nexus is stirring. We must hurry. Come, let us descend.
Let us descend through this horrendous storm cloud. Twin Ages. Chapter 5. He big.
Gwillem, you're hurt.
It is nothing. A piece of the flying machine grazed one of my... Wings is all.
That's no grace. It looks bad.
I don't see shit.
Let's get you seen to, Gwillem. You've done your bit.
Thank you, Martha. But there is one more thing first. I must tell you of the Knight's Nexus. It features heavily in the memories of my kind.
X-Death.
There can be only one Lord of Dragons, as you know. When one dies, the next inherits the knowledge of their predecessor, of all their predecessors. That knowledge now dwells within me, and I would pass it on to you. Many centuries ago, in the time before the rift between humans and fairies arose, there was a sacred spring. From that spring, true knowledge flowed. In time, there appeared one who hungered to make that knowledge theirs, and theirs alone. One who would come to be known as the Knight's Nexus. But it was not merely knowledge that the Nexus craved. No, it craved much more than that. It wished to consume all things, living or otherwise. Animals died, plants withered, the seas and the skies lost their color. Humans and fairies could do nothing but await certain destruction. But then the light of salvation shone forth. 4 heroes were chosen by the crystals and tasked with saving the world. They did battle with the Nexus and emerged victorious, but the Nexus could not be destroyed. Instead, the power of the crystals was used to seal it away. Peace returned to the land. But in such times as the crystal's power weakens, the Nexus threatens to rise again. And in such times, only the restoration of the crystal's power may deliver us from peril.
Maintaining the crystal's power was the sacred duty of the House of Musa. We have carried out the ceremony by means of which it is restored every 200 years since time immemorial. But the crystals were stolen, and their power has since been drained. It will soon be depleted entirely. It must be replenished before it is too late. We must return to the crystal's resting place.
Then climb atop my back. Let us make
Ow! Ooh! Ah!
You're not going anywhere.
Soren, think of it a bit.
Not with your wing like that.
Adele is right. You must rest, Gwillem.
He does like the Family Guy, like, hurt knee thing.
There is nothing to forgive. Without your help, we would not have been able to recover the crystals at all. There is a path, hidden behind a certain waterfall in Halcyonia. If we take it, we can be a Musa before too long. Come along, everyone.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Meanwhile, at the Knight's Nexus. God, those wings are crazy.
Oh, I can hear you. Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Ma'am?
It'll be time for you to wake up soon. And when you do, we can finally get rid of all the horrible humans. So what if he gets rid of everything else as well? I've never liked this world. The sooner it's all gone, the better.
Still don't understand why.
Despicable. Oh, it is, isn't it? All of it. All of them! Which is why we're going to get rid of them! Every last one! Such a pretty color! I can't wait to watch it all come crashing down!
Oh my god, that laugh. So, I think it was kind of implied that, like, I mean, obviously the fairy hatred thing from Rhymedoll with the whole fucking totally not Thornton thing, but like, I still don't understand why. Also, new job. Fire, water. Kills the target with dread. Lightning. Inflict damage on a target equal to the user's max HP minus their current HP. Okay. So the lower health you are, the more damage you do. Got it. Earth imbued, wind imbued. Perform a physical attack that is extremely effective against targets suffering from dread. Light, dark. The user is doomed. In exchange, attack and defense is increased by 50%. Okay. The upper limit of the amount of damage that can be dealt inflicted is increased. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. I see. 8% health and mana is restored at the end of each turn, but being knocked out will reduce BP to -3. Huh. Again, this is really cool, but what the fuck do I get rid of? Like, what the fuck do I get rid of? No, because thrust and parry is what gives him his damage. Or his resistance, so he can actually take hits for people. We could get rid of this, but like again, Seth does good damage, but like... It'd be only really good on him. I wouldn't know what to get rid of for Elvis. Or her. I like fast hands though, because it's like, oh my god, I keep fucking yawning. That's how he gets his speed. Like his speed being really low is like not good. The other thing too is that we don't even really need it. Like hitting above the damage cap is cool, but we don't need it. At least not right now. Oh my lord. Oh my lordy. That's pretty good. Oops. Yeah, I could do this to get rid of MP Saver, basically be the same thing. Why am I so tired? Because I slept like crap. My favorite, yay. Yeah, I mean, Dream Within a Dream exceeding the damage limit is sick as hell, but like... We're not even close to the damage limit, that's the thing. It's hitting for like 5k a hit already, so we're 4k off the damage limit each hit. And then I would have to get rid of something for it to do that. But then I don't know what to get rid of, because then it's just going to lower the damage and put us further away from the damage cap. The only thing that's closest to damage cap would be like Disaster, kind of, if it crits. And Neo Cross Slash on Seth. That's like the closest. Fucking goddamn it. Oh my god. I'm trying not to yawn, I just keep doing it for some reason. Oh, that's driving me crazy. See, I could get rid of MP Saver now. And then I could give him the damage limit thing. Or I give him MP regen. It's like Elvis having it would be kind of okay. And then for her, I don't even know what the hell I would get rid of. Because I already don't like having... I don't like that I had to get rid of Counter Savvy to have this. I'm like almost tempted to put it back on. No, I don't want to get rid of Bare Knuckle Brawler. I like Punch too much. Like, I just don't want to. Like, don't get me wrong, daggers are sick as hell. Like, look at the crit chance on that. That's absurd. I could run a thing for the sake of being, you know, the better thing, but I just don't want to. Because I don't think it's fun. The first job specialty, like the sub-job specialty thing, makes it so that Adele goes through default. So if I do all of my setup, and then the boss is like, default, and I'm low on turns or whatever, then I'm going to lose a shit ton of damage. That's why I have this on. Oh no, there's definitely ways for us to make it work. Like, there's, like, getting this buff and, like, going beyond the damage cap is totally doable. If I set it up for it, but I just don't want to. Like, the only people I would do it on right now would be Elvis and Seth. And even then, Elvis is kind of free because we just got that new thing that makes it so MP Saver is useless-ish. Because he doesn't really use his mana too much anyway. And then I would maybe get rid of Fast Hands, but I kind of don't want to because I like the speed. Because then the speed means that he can keep up with, Adele, so he can actually block for a turn, you know? And, like, actually do it pretty consistently. Alright, so outfits. Purple. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably grind it off stream to see what the second job specialty is. If the second job specialty is nuts, then I might find a way to work around it, but I don't know. It really just depends on if it fits, like, the style of what I want to do. What do they scale with? Aeon Staff for some reason. Aeon Shield, S on Sword. They have an assload of MP, good lord. Jesus. Or actually, no, for her, I guess it's a lot, but everyone else, it's not too different. Physical attack is crazy, though. I like that. I like the white. It's kind of cool. Okay, his is just like the same as Adam's. Got it. Sure, it's gonna be teal. Oh no, it's like black. Black with the teal trim-ish. Kinda cool. Don't get me wrong, I think Hellblade is like sick aesthetic-wise. I think this is really neat, like how this works. This is really cool. If I didn't have the insane desire to have a tank, I would make Seth a Hellblade. Like, just because I think that's cool. Like how this plays is like really neat. Hellblade Oracle. Good work. Apply the debuffs with or elemental impairment and then just smack the shit out of something. Could work, but I like dual cast too much. Be a fun combo. Combo with minus strike. Yeah, that would work. You could use like monk abilities to like lower your HP. Like God, what would you use? I guess heal drop. 3 heal drops and then a minus strike. That'd be pretty funny. The problem though is that this is like a flat damage amount. And the highest amount of damage you could do with it is 9,998. It's only 1 hit. Probably do some Hellblade grinding off stream again. I do the same for Gambler and Bastion. Probably not. There's some that I just like I do want to see the level 12 skill. Because I am curious, but at the same time, I just don't care enough. Because then that turns into basically maxing out for everybody. And then just doing this, like Late Bloomer. You should pay more attention to the Bravely Default 2 streams. I think you made to love this game. It's pretty cool. It started off rough, but it's been a lot more fun. The beginning is really hard. Like, at least from my own personal experience, like, if anyone asked me if I could recommend this game, I would, but I would warn them, like, the beginning is really hard. It starts off really rough. True. Yeah, see, Shield Master and Bastion seems like a really cool combo. That seems really cool. Like, if I wanted to do a little bit, like, something a little bit more different from what I would normally do, I would, like I said, I'd probably have Hellblade for Seth. Hellblade and, like, something else, I don't really know what. Probably Vanguard still. Like, Vanguard main, then Hellblade. So he's, like, kind of a tank still, but just hits like a fucking train with a sword, you know? Like, almost close to Dark Knight. Gloria, I don't really know what I would change her to. Maybe something more bow-focused, like Ranger. And Elvis. God, I don't even know. Not Arcanist, because that's too hard to set up for. Maybe like Oracle and something else, I'm not sure. And then Adele. Probably like a dual-wield thing. Actually lean into dual wielding instead of just punch. There's so much that you can do with it, it's crazy. Yeah, I like Bard White Mage combo too much, it's just really nice. It's cool too because like we've kind of kept the same idea for all of them as we've gone along, but like as we got more jobs, we just kind of made each of those little things better, you know? Like Seth has always kind of been like the tank, air quotes, and it just got better and better and better the more stuff that we got. Like, I tried to make him Thief combo too, but, like, more or less I stuck with Vanguard. And Elvis has always kind of been a caster. And Adele is just punch. Big punch. Yeah, Bard Pictomancer would just be like, here's all these buffs, and here's all these debuffs. So you just, like, make the range from how much damage you're gonna do, like, just humongous. That's actually why I liked having Pictomancer before on Elvis, but Oracle's just really cool. I like how Oracle works comparatively more. I like being able to, like, buff the elements and debuffing the element vulnerability and stuff like that. I think it's cool. What about Oracle? Where's Rheimdall? I'm completely lost. Where's Rheimdall? There it is. Oh, that's a meme. That's fucking hilarious. That's so stupid. What a dumb thing. Did I need to use the inn right there? No, I didn't, but I did anyway. There is just so much that you can do in this game with, like, the jobs and everything. Yatagarasu. Okay. Oh my god. Amano Murakuma. Good lord, that magic attack. Jesus Christ. Like almost 40 magic attack gain on Elvis. Jesus. God damn. The Deforester. 29 weight. That thing is so heavy. It's pretty fucking good. So what if you had the self-doom buff and the explosion death passive? It would work, but it would be on a longer timer, so like it'd kind of take too long to go off, I think. Jesus. This would actually be better for Gloria. Well, a little bit better, I should say. It's only like 6 restorative power. There's a shit ton of magic damage. Not that that really matters. What is the sword? 292. I don't know if that's better than 30% earth damage buff. I don't know how the magic attack scaling works. We are gonna get this though. I want to get this. Like this for Seth would be disgusting. But like, God, they're so heavy. This is actually surprisingly good. Not better than Hyper Bracers though. Does give crit. Physical attack. Slowness immunity. Where's the power bracers? Did they not sell power bracers? There they are. 15 physical attack. God, they're too heavy. How much are they? 3? See, I could give this to Seth. For more physical attack, but it'd be better just to give him either power bracers or the one thing. The, what's it, medulla or whatever? Because he doesn't need magic attack, he doesn't need restorative power. Crit chance is nice, but... eh. I'm really tempted to give Seth this. Because that boosts his physical attack by a fuck ton. Not that it's a lot for him, but like, I still don't know if the staff would still be better. Well, the problem is that he never physically attacks anyway. The almost 40 magic attack is really good, but I can't tell if that's a bait or not because I don't know how it scales for damage. So I don't know if the 30% earth damage buff from the Gaia Rod would be better. Probably is. Let's try it and see. Blessing. Oh my lord, that physical defense. Jesus Christ. Oh man, silence immunity and confusion immunity. What do we lose? We lose the hairpin and mana, I think, on the tiara. I'll hold off on that. Holy shit. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna give that to Elvis. Probably give it to Gloria as well. This is surprisingly better for Seth because it gives him chance to be targeted higher. That's really funny. Lady Sembridge, thank you for the 23-month resub. I appreciate it. He only loses like a little bit of physical attack. And I don't think that helmet does anything for him. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Also realizing I'm burning through literally all of my money. I just want to check something really quick. How much damage do you do? 847. Okay, so the shield amount, even with the chance to be targeted, isn't nearly as much damage. Yeah, so dual wielding is definitely better. Funnily enough, I think after changing that hat, I can actually wear this now and give him more damage. At least swapping one of them. What else I want to sell? Wow, that sells for a lot. Holy moly. Holy fucking moly. Jesus. Is that worth losing double PG? Is that worth it? I don't think it's worth it. Technically, this is infinite money. Infinite extra money, I should say. Also, I just realized how stupid this would be if you put it on a gambler. And you actually won the lottery the 15 times. God, that's a lot. Good fucking lordy. Yeah, I'm probably gonna grind the snake later. That's too heavy. I think if I swap the other axe, it might still be too heavy. Oh, that thing looks crazy. Yeah, it's still too heavy. God, that shit's so heavy. Fucking holy moly. Oh, that sword looks sick as hell. That looks so cool. Oh, that's awesome. The staff's kind of neat. A little plain. Honestly, not too bad. We'll figure out what we really need to change after I attempt to level up Hellblade for Elvis later. For now, I think we're probably going to call it, but I want to do a thing. I want to see if we can attempt to fight that one boss still, or if I'm just going to get my ass handed to me. Probably going to get my ass handed to me. But it never hurts to check. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep the stream short for today, mostly because I'm tired and I do want to continue, but I won't lie, I'm really out of it right now. I think I have to go the other way. We can probably continue tomorrow for probably another kind of shorter stream. And then I got some stuff I gotta deal with for like the next week. So pretty much after tomorrow, I don't know when the next stream will be. Alright, friend. Are you gonna kick my ass still? Probably. Pretty likely. Oh shit, here we go again. Time to die. We lived.
Nothing to worry about.
Still fucking hurt. Oh, it's a worm. It is an actual worm. The moths were doing a shit ton. Alright. We actually got a turn. Because Adele's speed is actually insane. Holy fucking shit.
You're going to regret hurting my friends.
Okay. How do we recover from this? I don't know. I don't know what type of damage they do. They also probably counter buffing.
Be healed.
Thanks.
Let me help you.
Feeling good.
A song? Very well, here goes. Ahem.
Time to play my trump cards.
Okay, we lived. We're gonna heal. I really need Seth to get his turn because it's getting a little spooky.
That's better, eh?
I owe you one.
You can rely on me.
I needed that.
Okay, that hurt like shit, but that's fine.
Here goes. All right.
Okay. Let's just take a little peek. How much health you got? Alright. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Hey, you okay? I'll take the hit.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wowie. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, Chief.
Hey, try this.
Want to see what I can really do?
That's a lot.
Oh, I've got a wee something up.
Do I want to commit to this? Not really.
Coming your way.
But a little science never hurts.
What do you say to that, then, eh?
Pathetic.
It's a yikes for me, Chief. That's defaulting half damage, by the way. Jesus fucking Christ. God, they do so much damage. Alright. Well. Definitely not ready for that. I'm getting Omega vibes. That just kind of becomes like, use the thing to absorb his damage, Smile. I don't even know if leveling up more would do it or not. Alright, well. We're gonna go ahead and call it here, I guess. Let's see. Who do we raid? Who raid? Yeah, Laverin's doing Elden Ring. I was probably gonna raid him for now. I am, however, not gonna be able to stick around because I need to go get up and walk around and maybe get some food again, but if anyone sticks around, just tell Laverne I had to go. But thank you all for joining today. Hope you had a good time. We got some more plot done. I will hopefully have finished my level grinding off stream at some point, maybe. We'll see. If not, it's kind of whatever. It's not that big a deal. But you guys have fun with Lyra, and I'll see you later. Goodbye.